Bom dia a todo mundo que nos acompanha.
Good morning to everyone that is here with us for this Histories of Ecology,
Terá lugar
preparing for the cycle of 2025 that is going to happen at the MASP in São Paulo. I am Davi Ribeiro, the Assistant for Public Programs at MASP, and I'm going to be mediating this round with Vandana Shiva, Felipa Ramos, and Chico Mandira. This is the third roundtable, and we're going to have another one in the afternoon. We are going to open with Vandana Shiva, and she's going to talk about Earth democracy, protecting our common future in times of extinction. Vandana Shiva has a PhD on the Ontario, Canada. She changed areas now to interdisciplinary research in science and environmental policies that she held in the Indian Institute of Science and Management in Bangalore. In 1982, Vandana founded an independent institute, Research Foundation for Science, Technology, and College in Dehradun. In 1991, she created NAPDANIN, a national movement aiming to protect the diversity and integrity of the living resources, especially native seeds, and promoting organic agriculture and fair trade. In 2004, she founded Abidia PIP, an international college for sustainable life
em colaboração com o Schumacher
in
College.
the Valley with the collaboration of Schumacher College from the United Kingdom. She has a number of PhD honorarium awards and also other awards. Vandana, welcome to our workshop, Histories of Ecology, and now I turn the floor to you.
My greetings, I repeat, because I was on mute. Greetings to you, David, to MAS, to the people of Brazil, to the diversity of cultures of Brazil. And my mind goes back to 1992, when the Earth Summit was organized, and the two treaties that are supposed to govern the world, the Convention on Biological Diversity and the Climate Treaty, the climate change, which is right now being negotiated. And so many people who don't have any idea of this history say, oh, why do we need to meet 27 times? Well, you must remember the first time and what principles were laid out. First, that the polluter pays. And it was based on the history of pollution, just a 200-year short history. That's as recent as the pollution with fossil fuels is, and most of it in the last 100 years with oil. That's why I wrote the book, Soil, Not Oil, that we can either see ourselves as part of the soil, part of the earth, as cultures have over millennia, and or we can see ourselves as driven by oil, shaped by oil, eating oil, drinking oil. If you look at the bottles of Coca-Cola and Aquafina, most of the material really is either the petrochemicals in the plastic or the fossil energy used to mine that water. All our cultures have had ancient histories of ecology. Our histories were changed into one monoculture history, the history of colonialism. And at the root of that history was the idea of separation. The word apartheid, that became the governance structure of South Africa, basically means separateness. And the ecological apartheid, whose foundations were laid through colonialism, was basically a separation of humans from nature and the assumption of some humans as conquerors, masterers, owners of the land. This is ecological apartheid. A separation from other species to whom we are related. We cannot be separate from them. We are interbeings. The trees give us the oxygen we breathe. The forests give us the hydrology and the water that quenches our thirst and the thirst of the land. living soil gives us food. The idea of separation from other species to whom we are related, combined with the assumed superiority of humans to other species. This is anthropocentrism. It's a child of colonialism. The separatism of mechanistic reductionism as an epistemology, which assumes that the earth can be divided, fragmented, her resources extracted and thrown away as pollution and waste, and that the living earth is dead matter, raw material for exploitation, private property to be owned. The mechanistic paradigm leads to the death of terra madre. Labeling ignorance of the relations of humans with the land and all beings of the land as science then leads to violation. After all, what did Bacon write in his book, The Masculine Birth of Time? He's called the father of modern science. He did not give us knowledge about how the world works. He was the Chancellor of England. He was responsible for the witch hunts and the executions during the Inquisition. What he gave us was an ideology of domination over nature. And this ideology of domination over nature was necessary for extractivism, was necessary for colonialism, was necessary for creating private property. And then John Locke did the rest of the work, that indigenous people don't create property because they don't create wealth. Because wealth was defined as extractivism. If you do not exploit your animals, you do not destroy your forests, like the Aboriginal people of Australia did not, that became the basis of saying they're not fully human. That's why we can take over the entire continent, which used to be the biggest garden on the earth. It wasn't a woodland. It was a garden managed over 60,000 years, just like how the Amazon forest is a gardened forest. The indigenous people have grown their food there. They have added to the biodiversity of the forest itself. Another element of apartheid is the assumed superiority of the colonizing culture to the colonized cultures, and the assumption that the colonized are barbarians, not fully human, and therefore have no rights to their land and their resources. In any way in our cultures, we didn't have property rights. What we had is use rights. Our forests, our rivers, our land, our seeds, our biodiversity, our knowledge were all commons, managed as a commons over thousands of years. Defining other humans as not fully human allows the land to be seen as an empty of people, terra nullius, the legal jurisprudence of that ecology of history of colonialism. With industrial agriculture, the land is seen as empty even more. The soil is defined as an empty container for pouring synthetic nitrogen fertilizer into. I wrote a whole book on the violence of the Green Revolution. And I did another book on soil, not oil, where I showed that synthetic fertilizers are major contributors to climate change. The nitrous oxide they emit is 300 times more damaging to the climate than carbon dioxide. And nobody talks of nitrous oxide, because the same people who benefited from its push in the Green Revolution are still proposing it as the solution. Another separation is the violent separation of community from the land as a commons through enclosures of the commons and the creation of private property to land. 6, the separation and division of community into individuals to be exploited for their labor, enslaved, displaced, exterminated. The big debate taking place, the British are saying, oh, we gave the world fossil fuels, and because of that, everyone's living longer. They've forgotten the 90% indigenous people of the Americas who were exterminated for colonialism. That age of oil and age of fossil fuels isn't just destroying people's lives through the impact of climate change. It destroyed people's lives in the process of colonialism, in the takeover of territory, and the continued destruction for the global economy. To grow GM soya in the Amazon, it doesn't make any sense to me. The separation of production from consumption. Local economies are based on producing what you consume. The indicator growth separated the two. If you produce what you consume, you don't produce, you produce zero. So you must sell what you produce and import what you need. And that's how country after country has destroyed their food sovereignty and become food dependent. And when the prices of food rise, as they did this year with speculation, say 87% of the rise was speculation, or the price of oil rise, and oil is the basis of industrial agriculture, then you're going to have even more ecological problems as well as economic problems for producers. The separation and alienation of wealth from those who create real wealth, the land, nature, workers, women, indigenous people, and make extraction of wealth from nature and society look like the creation of wealth. This is what GDP measures. GDP is an extractive measure. Extractivism, exploitation, and destruction is presented as creation through assumptions of separation and superiority. The separation of rights from responsibility, with powerful men claiming all rights, displacing rights of Mother Earth, of a diverse species, rights of people to their diverse cultures, and shedding all responsibility. The limited liability corporation was the first step in rights without responsibility. And we assume corporations have been forever, but East India Company was created only in 1600 to conquer my land. And then the British Empire and the East India Company ruled us for 200 years, devastated us, transferred $45 trillion of wealth, and left famine. We are now witnessing zero liability and zero responsibility corporations with new vocabulary like net zero. We'll continue to pollute, but we'll take your forests, your lands for carbon, a carbon calculus, which is a new carbon colonization. These assumptions have justified violence to the land, to women and indigenous people, and have now brought all of humanity to a brink. 1 million species are threatened, 200 are disappearing every day. And if you add to it the disappearing humanity for lack of food, for lack of water, for lack of housing, every time I see people marching across the border to the United States, I look at what made their life unviable on their own lands. And it's an economy of greed, an economy of globalization. And that's why, for me, earth democracy, the democracy of the earth, the freedom of all beings, the recognition that we are part of one earth family, that all beings are our relatives, as all indigenous cultures have seen, including mine, where we talk about the earth as Vasundhara, like she's Pachamama, she's Gaia, she's Mother Earth, she's Madre. For us, she's Vasundhara. And the family of the earth, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, means we have to live and love all species as our relatives, and the earth as our mother. This is what earth democracy is to me. And earth democracy is a few simple principles that deepens the ideas of human rights. As an ecologist, for me, our rights to live and our ability to live flow from the earth. We breathe because the earth gives us life. We drink water because the earth gives us water. We have food because the soil and the seed and the biodiversity gives us food. Earth democracy is a worldview, paradigm, and practice that is based on the recognition, first, that the earth is living. The living earth is our mother. And we are alive because the earth is alive. The earth gives us life and makes it possible for all life to thrive on this planet. We are all members of one earth family. We are part of the earth, not separate from her, not her masters. We are interconnected through the living currencies of breath, of water, of nourishment. The real currencies are the currencies of life. Money is not a currency of life. Money is a measure of trade. And now this measure of trade is being turned into the fictitious financial trade. And the very people who have colonized our lands are now creating fictitious currencies. With globalization, capital was displaced by the financial economy. And right now, the financial asset management firms, the BlackRocks and the Vanguards, about whom I've written in my book, Oneness versus 1%. These asset management funds are owning all the corporations. And now Rockefeller and the New York Stock Exchange last year, just before the climate summit in Glasgow, created a whole new asset class. They call it the natural asset management. And basically they're saying if we could turn all of the natural resources of the planet into financial assets on Wall Street to be traded financially, we could make $4,000 trillion. That does not mean the rivers will have more water and cleaner water. That does not mean the Amazon will be protected. That does not mean the air will be clean. It does not mean the biodiversity will be protected. Biodiversity is being protected by indigenous people because of the philosophy of the earth family. It has never been protected by commodification and commercialization. And commodifying biodiversity, as they're planning with the Das Gupta review, to say we should only protect the parts that will make profits for the financial markets, means first, a new enclosures, now by the financial giants, and two, a new degradation of the ecosystems and their integrity. We are part of one humanity on one planet. For me, Earth democracy is not just about rebalancing the harmony between humans and nature. On 20th April 2001, I'd been invited by the United Nations General Assembly to address the gathering on harmony with nature. And a resolution was passed in 2009. The Copenhagen Climate Treaty collapsed, and Evo Morales, the president of Bolivia at that time, said we were here to protect the rights of Mother Earth, not the rights of the polluters. And I'm going to go back to Bolivia and call the citizens of the world, and we will prepare a draft declaration on the rights of Mother Earth. This Rights of Mother Earth declaration is the basis from where all the rights of nature movements have grown to protect rivers, to protect land, to stop the fracking, to stop the oil. As one humanity on one planet, not only do we overcome the separation with the earth, we overcome the inequalities based on race, based on xenophobia, based on sexism, based on patriarchy, based on inequalities between religion and treating religion as the new political instrument. Our diversity enriches life and cannot be made the justification for uniformity, for monocultures, for inequality and injustice. Future generations have a right to enjoy the gifts of the earth. Present generations have a duty of earth care to pass on the gifts in their full diversity, integrity, and purity. Earth democracy, as I've written in my book, Earth Democracy, creates living economies rather than economies that are based on ecocide and genocide. Living democracies rather than dead democracies. And living cultures rather than the idea of cultures as culture wars that is being spread across the world. This moment of extinction could be our moment of a new awakening, a new solidarity across the cultures of the world, a new history, and a group of histories to transcend all the separations through which we have been divided from nature, between each other, and from ourselves, so that we don't even know what our purpose for life on earth is, what the aim of life is, what happiness and well-being is about. Thank you to MASP for organizing this reflection on the histories of ecology so that our past can guide us to the future. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Vandana, por compartilhar conosco todas essas...
Thank you very much, Vandana, for sharing all of your statements on democracy. I think we have a lot to talk about during the debate. And in fact, I'd like to ask our watchers to send us your questions on the YouTube channel or wherever you may be watching. You can send them in Portuguese, in English, or in German. send us your questions, and they will be asked to our speakers at the end of this panel. We will now continue with Filipa Ramos, who is going to give us a presentation on Ana Vass's American Night. Filipa Ramos, PhD, is a writer and curator whose research focuses on how culture addresses ecology. She's the director of the Contemporary Art Department of the city of Porto. She is the curator of Art Basel Film and founded the online artist cinema Vidrome. She's a lecturer at the master's program of the Institute Art, Gender, Nature Academy of Arts and Design in Basel. Before we pass it over to Filipa, we're going to play a short video, and then she will have the floor.
Obrigada, David, pela apresentação.
Thank you, David, for that introduction.
I just making a smooth transition. I just wanted to say that I'm deeply humbled and honored to be speaking after that living goddess, mother of the earth, the sun and the ground, that is Vandana Shiva, who exactly 3 years ago in November 2019, we had the incredible opportunity of hosting in Porto for a very moving talk on new and old colonizations. So hearing her warmth and voice was took me back to that moment. I will briefly switch to Portuguese to read an excerpt of the Brazilian poet that I think deserves to be read in Portuguese, and then I will pass again to English for my talk. Quando morri, dia,
When I died, one day I opened my eyes and I was in Brasilia. I was alone in the world. I waited for the night as someone who waits for the shadows to be able to go out. When night came, I realized in horror that it was useless. Wherever I was, I would be seen. An open-air prison. Anyway, I would have no place to escape to, because whoever escapes is probably going to Brasilia.
So I'm going to be speaking as a tribute, memory, and affect declaration to the work of a Brazilian artist, Ana Vaz, in relation to her most recent film, a film called It Is Night in America, En Noite na América, as a way to reconnect to what Vandana Shiva was mentioning about the need to live and love all species. So heading to Brasilia, this film by Ana Vaz, It Is Night in America, started, and the film is from this year, but the film started 10 years ago with a sunrise. So the artist captured the sunrise moment in real time, filming that magical transformation of shadows into form that happens every day anew and every morning. And it feels, despite this, it still feels like a mystery. She left this footage of this sunrise unedited, very clean, and in which you would see this evolving light from the first ray until you had the sun suspended high above in the horizon. She presented our viewers of this film with the unmediated experience of the sun gradually covering the land below with a veil of warmth and color, a rare event to those who live either too distant or too disconnected from places and times where there is the access to this uninterrupted transition from day to day, from dawn to day can still be seen. And a sunrise evolved into a scorching savanna day, which is exactly what we see here, in which green landscapes performed a bygone rainfall and arid geologies performed a long process of anthropogenic transformation of land into stone, of stone into human things. With this radical change of scale, the filmmaker portrayed tiny insects and large quarries with the same attention, with the same care and precision. And her unique sensibility to sound, flaked tropical bird songs and mechanical noises as complementary creatures that inhabit these lands of rocks and clouds. But interrupting this horizon of dust and foliage, there was a strange bone-like structure that defined the film's relationship to truth, imposing itself like an impossible form that was being built out of nowhere and for no one. This presence shifted the film's angle, tone, and direction, posing questions of veracity, sense, purpose that concerned both the punctum and the whole picture. What began like a sunrise ended with the edification of this wreck, which made us think about the lyrics of Caetano Veloso, who has this famous song, Fora da Ordem, where he sings that here everything still seems under construction, but is already a ruin. Aqui tudo parece que ainda é construção e já é ruim. Anna's film, Night in America, It Is Night in America, therefore started, in my opinion, 10 years ago with this ruin. And the site of the sunrise and of this ruin is a site that appears in a film she made exactly 10 years ago called A Idade da Pedra, The Age of Stone, which was shot in the far west of Brazil. It's a work where she explores the interdependency of expansion, of decay, of life and death, of history and fiction, of nature and culture, a constant topic of hers, defining how these aspects define her hometown of Brasilia and the surrounding territories. This airplane city of Brasilia, that is a place that she keeps returning to when she travels there with a camera and with many questions. And when she's there, she visits kin of blood and affect, some of them who grow up as an actor called Ivonete dos Santos Moraes, who appears in many of her films, and some who are aging as Anna's beloved family, grandmother, and some of these people she visits can manifest themselves in different ways, even when they're dead. And that's the case of a tamandua, of an animal that she saw on the road. And she described it as a dead body in the middle of the pavement, who ran over her, this dead body of the animal, when she least expected it. And this encounter with this dead animal created an ethical dilemma for her, in which she asked, how can I watch over this dead body, the body of a cub, of a small animal who had been strayed away from a grieving mother? And so with this pain and sadness, she set off in Brasilia, and she would decide to go and meet those creatures who are in the fringes, in the thresholds of the city. Animals who are looking for food and land that was taken away from them, that search for their pathways and migratory routes, or who weakened, try to find some help from the poisons of humanity's debris. And this new film of Anna starts during one night. And in this first night of It Is Night in America, starts with this panorama across a tall and dry city. It looks almost like a barcode of a city, whose limits were set by these dark mountain, and of this strange evolving wall of darkness and shadow. And like the margins of a huge crater, these gloomy mountains prevented the city from further expanding, preventing it from growing, from multiplication, which are the constant promises of cities. And it seems that there is no life in this bare city. There's a strong wind. The wind cries, the wind howls, despairs, and carries it with itself curses of this place of concrete and wire. And in this first night of Anna's film, everything spins in blue, in a toxic, in a poisoning, in a cobalt blue. And we don't know if this road trip was at dusk or dawn. You can't tell, but it really doesn't matter, because you also don't know where you are and where you're going. And as it evolved, the buildings and houses disappear. There are only traffic lights and small fires that light up in dark, abstract roads. And asphalt snakes above any kind of geography, like creating this abstract gravitational forces that attract, to burn, to obscurate, to obliterate all life that crosses upon them. It is in this journey that Anna ends up following. She decides to follow those who follow the ones who are lost. That is, she decides to follow the federal district's environmental military police, who are responsible for the rescue and the detention of wild animals in peril. And so she goes and she decides to observe how these police manage the wildlife of the territory with her film. And somehow she with her film, she's revealing how, once captured, these wild animals that enter and traverse Brazilia's urban perimeter and end up in a prison, how they end up in this open air entertainment / scientific research / preservation site that is the zoological garden. You know? So Anna, following the military environmental police, goes to the Jardim Zoológico de Brasília, the zoological garden of Brasilia. While she's going between the city, the road, and the zoo, there's a particularly telling scene, which we see here, in which we see a group of capuchin monkeys agilely running and jumping across a wall with barbed wire fence. And it's impossible to tell if the monkeys are in or out of the zoo. And most likely they're both in and out. But regardless of where they've chosen or have been forced to live, the ways in which their daily life has been materially conditioned by these violent obstructing devices is really made up. And And indeed, concepts as those of domesticity and wilderness become completely redundant. And the artist in the film ignores these distinctions and instead focuses on the complexity of animal life and its forms of adaptation, which are at once impressive and tragic. We hear dogs barking, and we see these gigantic owls with their gigantic eyes who scan the horizon with a periscopic gaze, in which we see an entanglement with a contribute to that major figure of cinema and a very dear person for artists working with cinema, that is filmmaker Chris Marker, who also filmed a large amount of animals in zoos and particularly owls. And then we see other animals. We see a sick crab-eating fox who is captured with wires and cages, and well, we learn that this fox is suffering from a viral disease that is very contagious to wild animals who come in close contact with dogs and human dwellings. And this leads us to understand how freedom and vulnerability walk hand in hand, or even better, paw in paw or claw in claw, while healing and tameness also come together, no? Because we see moments of medical alleviation of these sicknesses. And at once wild and unruly, these creatures whose mere existence, both symbolic and very concrete, challenge the civilization process of the West, are now, once in the zoo, subjected to systematic forms of debilitation, of repression, of censorship. They must comply with a very precise apparatus that regulates, that determines their conditions of visibility and conditions of punishment that ensure they exist within well-defined norms of occupation, circulation, hygiene. They are exposed to a permanent scrutiny that prevents them from having any form of intimate, unruly behaviors. They're forced not only to remain behind bars, but also to be exhibited as those who remained behind bars. But despite this condition, they remain very mesmerizing. And there's a long series of images of Macau, which is what we're seeing here, a male ariranha, who Anna filmed coming in and out of the swimming pool. And these images, they are both very pleasant and also very painful. They cause grief and excitement, contempt and attraction. And the tension between the body of the giant otter and in an enclosed condition and the fascinating body of this animal that is dark, shiny, soft, bendable, and the animal's face, because I agree, contrary to long European Western philosophical traditions, thinking of Emmanuel Levinas, for instance, that animals do have faces. And the face of the ariranha is at once expressive, funny, bizarre, familiar, and uncanny. And it's really difficult to resolve this presence of this animal. And this difficulty largely emanates from, let's say, a conundrum, which is we can see this animal because the animal is exhibited, and the animal is exhibited because he's detained. No? And Anna acknowledges this condition by allowing the zoo's enclosures to actively enter the film. We see metal bars that impose themselves between the camera and the animal, between the animal and the keepers, revealing how the zoo is the site where exhibitionary, penitentiary, authoritarian regimes coexist. And by focusing her gaze upon this giant otter in an aquarium and subsequently transporting this experience of observation into a site of exhibition and a site of cinema, and in fact this project was just showed at Pivot in São Paulo, and it closed in October, where you could see exactly the transformation of an exhibition space in a cinematic space. And by doing so, she's not merely illustrating this situation, no? She's complementing, complexifying these reflections on genealogies, legitimizations, and traditions of the dualism between visible and the invisible, submission and order, death and life, confinement and spectacle. And by being captured inside an aquarium and represented through a projection, the giant otter becomes a double captive, captive once in the aquarium, captive twice in the screen. And with such an operation, Anna is highlighting this condition and exposing some of the characteristics of the device of captivity in which Macau, the animal, finds himself. And she does so by reinforcing with her camera the aquarium's one-way optics, transposing it to a film installation in which it's obvious that what the spectators are seeing is they're seeing something without being seen. And they granted permanent access to the animal, who's always exhibited, always exposed, public, existing at the same time as a commodity, as a prop, as a decoration, and as a performer. And so the zoo, like other instances of confinement, and this becomes visible through Anna's film, transforms animals, but not as a form of regeneration. On the contrary, transforms animals to the point of rendering them unable of returning to and of surviving their original habitats, which what the zoos are also showing is the unexistence and the impossibility to return to these habitats because they've been also devastated. And breaking this moment of visual access to the giant otter's confined life, there's another animal who enters the screen. It is an owl, or better, it is 3 versions of the same owl, 1 per screen. And the animal's gaze is intense, sharp, it's almost angry. And accompanying this 1 and 3 owls is an ensemble of trombone, tuba, and percussion, which are playing a syncopated melody that stirs anticipation, the one we heard in the beginning. These sounds have been heard before in the film's opening scene, and they also replay in some key moments throughout the film. And they reappear again at the end of the film in representing and re-showing what this American night is, a title, no? A place of the night, but also it's a title that plays with a cinematic technique for shooting outdoor scenes in daylight, but they're meant to happen at night, which is called traditionally la nuit américaine. But going back to the owls, when they reappear, these sounds that we as listeners recognize, they also belong to another history. And they belong to the artist's own history, which is interesting to see how she's intertwining her present with her own intimate story, no? Because they echo a composition called Pantera Onça from the early 90s by the artist and composer Guilherme Vaz, a pioneer of Brazilian conceptual art and of concrete music, and Anna's late father. And so the original score of Guilherme Vaz was composed to accompany filmmaker Sérgio Bernardes' film of the same title, Pantera Onça, which was an experimental documentary to raise awareness for the massive killing and endangered state of the spotted jaguar in the Pantanal wetland area of Brazil. And here the melody stretches itself over time, uniting new and familiar environmental concerns and love for film, art, music, and animals. And so these incredible owls and their trumpets gradually leave way a vision of a pen of tamandus, and some of them are moved around by the caretakers, and to images of this, again, crab-eating fox that is being taken. At this point, we have a story that is told in Gualin. A Gualin is a vernacular mode of speaking that consists in the inversion of syllables whose coded messages are only understandable to those who know how the language functions. The term Gualin is actually, it means lingua upside down, Gualin. Lingua being language in Portuguese. And Gualin is an intentional process of creolization, that is an exercise of transformation and adaptation of a known language that allows for a community of individuals to exchange themselves from their context, and thus to reconstitute their sense of comprehension and cohesion, and to speak in a freer way, by a language that is not understandable. To speak Gualin is to become another through the reshaping of linguistic, of social, of affective codes and bonds. And Anna's inclusion of Gualin in the film connects it with a liberation that acts as an incipient form of subversion. In its incomprehensibility, the Gualin that we hear in the film becomes a sort of a spell, of an incantation, of a ritual to revert that utmost manifestation of human cultural entitlement that is verbal expression. And as a way to conclude, what I hope is that departing from language, this process of reversion will contribute in a slow but steady way to upturn conceptions of human distance and superiority from all of those that, throughout an equally long process of edification of modernity, have been othered by that huge myth of the age of reason that is the white man. Freedom is measured in seconds, said once Guilhem Vache, Anna's father. And so may the animal frames and images that are contained in this night in America, scanned and paced by Anna's own spatial and filmmaking sensibility, initiate a much needed process of emancipation and liberation of the many living bodies that generated them, freeing even that open air prison of Brasilia from itself. Thank you so much.
Muito obrigado, Filipa, pela sua
Thank you
apresentação.
very much, Filipa, for your presentation. It's a great pleasure to know your work and Ana Van's work as well. And it has to do with what we have heard before from Vandana. So we are already waiting for the debate at the end of this panel. So I ask everyone to send their questions or comments to our panelists because they will comment at the end. So now we'll have the last guest for this roundtable, and that's Chico Mandira. He's going to talk about Quilombo and extractive reserve, an example of sustainability. Chico Mandira is the leader of Mandira Quilombo, located in Cananéia in São Paulo. Together with his uncle and searching for alternative forms of income, he started working on the creation and fattening of oysters in the mangrove, a fact that restored self-esteem and perspectives on improving the Quilombo's members' lives, in addition to having won an award at the World Summit on Sustainable Development, Rio Plus 10, in Johannesburg in 2002. Thank you very much, Mr. Chico Mandira, for being with us this morning, and I turn the floor to you, Mr. Mandira. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for this invitation. Thank you for bringing me to this event. I would like to thank the two ladies that spoke prior me, very nice presentations. And I will talk about Quilombo. And we have a long story, I'll have to summarize it. I am Francisco Salles Mandira. I'm known as Chico Mandira. I was born and raised here at Mandira Quilombo. Mandira is in Cananéia, in the southern coast of São Paulo, very close to Paraná State, in Ribeira Valley. And I am here, the 6th generation in this community. We already have the 9th generation in Mandira Quilombo. And our Quilombo, I usually say, it's different from other Quilombos we have in Brazil. In the other Quilombos, Black people would run from the farms, and then they would develop these communities, and these communities would be known as quilombolas. And why are we different? Because this is a place where no one ran away from anywhere. This was a farm in the past. And at the end of the 18th century, there was no more rice plantation in this valley because of the Iguape Dam, and that is ancient history. And also, we were not receiving anything else in Cananea either. And so there was no more rice cycle in Ribeira Valley. And here in Mandira, the owner of the farm had 3 kids. One of his kids was a politician in Cananea. The other one died when he was 16. And so his daughter used to live here. Her name was Celestrina, and he had a son with a slave. His name was Francisco Vicente. And since we did not have the rice cycle anymore here, and his daughter wanted to go to another estate, and before leaving, she donated the farm to Francisco in 1868, 20 years before the Oriel law that freed the slaves. So he received the land from Celestrina. He inherited the land, so people would live from family agriculture, subsistence, planting, from fishing and hunting, and also palm tree plantation. And also in the region, there is a rubber tree that's very known, which is called cacheta. Cacheta is a noble wood from the Atlantic forest, and it can be found in wet areas. And at the time, it was used for shoes and also for pencils. Now the pencil that we use is from a pine tree, a wood that was introduced in Brazil. We have to remove trees to plant the pine tree, and cacheta renews itself. You will always find cacheta because it is just a renewable plant. But we had a serious problem in this region because of parks that were created and restricted conservation areas. Because Vale do Ribeira, the Ribeira Valley, is a preservation area, 7% of the Atlantic forest in Brazil, most of those 7% is in Ribeira Valley. So just that you have an idea, the Ribeira Valley is known everywhere as the poorest region in the state of São Paulo, because we still have a lot of trees standing. And then I do not agree with that this is the poorest region in the state of São Paulo. I usually say this is the richest region in the state of São Paulo, because here we have people, we have plants, we have animals, we have potable, drinkable water. You can go to anywhere in the region and you can drink the water because it's drinkable. So I do not see poverty there. I do not agree with that saying that this is the poorest region in the state. I say this is the richest region in the state because it has things that everyone else needs. And here we have an interaction, a human interaction with nature, with the environment. That's a huge. That is from Quilombola communities, from Indian communities, and also the river communities, the riverside communities. And this relationship with the environment has always been there. As I said, I am the 6th generation, and everything that I know, I learned from the elderly. They respected the rivers, hunting, also the woods. So we would take care of everything here. We would not allow tractors in this region for deforestation. And I usually say that we had a strong cultural, we had a strong culture here. So that is part of what we do here. So to harvest rice or corn, that's part of our way of living. There is deep knowledge, because to fish, to plant, to harvest. All of that depends upon the knowledge that we have, because it depends upon the moon, the month, and the right time of the month. Because if you do not plant in the right time of the year, you will not harvest anything. If you harvest wood and the wrong time, and when the moon is not right, it's going to rotten very fast because a fungus develops. So there is a lot of knowledge involved here in this region. And nowadays, considering I was raised here in this community, and there are also some parks that are around us. One of them goes up to Iporanga, and we lost some of our activities using the cacheta, the palm tree, hunting and fishing. And part of this park of this reservation was created in 68, and everything that we were doing in the region, we are not allowed to do anymore. And I don't know if I didn't say, we have here 1.2 hectares, and the community couldn't do anything else because the government created these reserves and the forest police that would just watch us. We were not able to do anything. So people ended up selling 90% of Mandira's Quilombo. 90% of that was sold. And then some of the families that didn't want to sell, just like my mom and some of my uncles, we stayed here, and we had to migrate to oysters. That was the only way to stay here in the community. We started working with oysters. It started with my uncle in 73, 74. I left, and then I came back in 78, and I live off oysters since then. I raised my kids with oysters, and we used to work in a clandestine fashion. We were selling our products to intermediates. They used to know us, and they knew the market. We didn't know the market, so we had to go through them, through middlemen. But the middleman is the one that gets most of the money here. So we work and they make the money. In 94, a professor from the University of São Paulo came to the community, and he wanted to organize the community so that we could organize ourselves and fight for our rights. And then with this professor, also a team from the Forest Foundation came as well, and they hired a person that had worked with other marine species, and they asked us if we wanted to work fattening the oysters, which was a way of improving our product and leave the middleman as well. So they came with this idea, and some people didn't want to do it, and I said, no, let's do it. And if it works out, we move forward, and if it doesn't, we'll just stop it. So I went through with it. I brought in more help, and it worked. At the time, we asked for the creation of an extractivist reserve, and that's when we started respecting the reproduction cycle of oysters. Also, the mangroves. Today, we do not cut off the mangroves. We don't allow anyone to cut them off. We do not remove oysters with less 5 centimeters or over 10 centimeters because these are too young. They are not mature yet. And an oyster that is larger than 10 centimeters, they are the best matrices. So that's why we don't take them out. So that therefore our work was studied by many people, people in the state of São Paulo and in other regions as well. And so our work was considered a sustainable work, and we got a Shell Award, and also we got an award in 2002 from the UN, and we are still working in the sustainability system, because the sustainability system was already being done by our team, and now we are doing it again so that we can transfer that to our kids and grandkids, and we can tell them how important it is to work with preservation, to take care of what is ours, our environment, our land, our forests, our water, our mangrove, our oysters, the fish. In the past, when my father was here, people would go fishing and they would take 50 meters of net, and they would kill a number of fishes. And now if they go out fishing, they have to take out 2,000 meters of fish, and they would catch as many fish as my father would catch with 50 meters of a net. So you can see that this really has hurt the environment. So here we are privileged, and I hope we remain like that, because our area, the place where we have the oysters, that is 100% pure. So the oysters that I sell to my clients, they are of a higher, very high quality. This is a filtrating animal, and it removes its food from water. If our water is polluted, the oysters will be polluted. If our water is clean, our oysters, our fish, our shrimp, and seafood, also that's going to be 100% clean. So this is our product in this region. And we also work with community tourism. We receive groups here so that they can see what we do. They can see our oysters. We have waterfalls, the Mandira waterfall. We have an archaeological site, Samorqui, where we have shells from the prehistoric men. And we also have ruins from the time of the farm. We take the tourists there and we tell the story of that old construction. It's house made out of rocks. And now we live off of this. We were able to improve the quality of life of our community. And we live very well. Of course, here in the community, no one is wealthy. Of course, we have good health. We have a lot of work. And I usually say that the environment is amazing, because when you respect the environment, you take care of the environment will also take care of you. When you destroy the environment, then we can expect that it's going to destroy us as well. I usually say that God forgives and man forgives, but nature does not forgive. So if we destroy it, then rest assured, it will come back at us, and we already can see that on our daily lives. I'll stop now. I think my time is up. So again, thank you very much. So if there are any questions, I will try to answer them, okay?
Muito obrigado, seu Chico. Ainda tinha uns minutos, mas a gente tem tempo bom agora, quase uma hora de conversa,
Thank you. We still have some time for a discussion based on what the things that you three brought to us. So thank you, Filipa, and thank you, Vandana, for your contributions. We've received a few questions from our audience. So
deixar suas
I'd
questões.
like to remind you that you can send us your questions through our YouTube chat,
Aproveite bem,
and
deixo aberto
we will read them to our speakers. And in fact,
entre vocês, se vocês
feel free to ask questions among you three if you'd like.
elas dialogam bastante. Acredito que
I think your presentations are connected, so
interessante também que vocês
it
pudessem
will be interesting to hear questions from you to each other and also hear your comments. So let's start. We have a few questions. We have two questions for Vandana Shiva. The first question asked by the audience is, in your book on biopiracy, you said that true ecological action in the era of biotechnology should protect biodiversity and organize collective and intellectual rights. So how has that advanced in the last few years? For example, there have been movements of agricultures of the Navdanya network and activists who have advanced there. A second question for Vandana Shiva is if there is a connection between the democracy of the land and feminism. There is a quote that says, without land reform, there is no feminism. So I'll ask Vandana Shiva these two questions, she'll answer, and then we will continue with questions for Filipa and Chico. I think your microphone is off, ma'am.
Yeah, I wrote biopiracy when the draft declaration of the GATT, which became WTO, was released, and it was very clear that if life started to get patented, then all indigenous knowledge will get pirated. Because once you open the floodgates, there's no stopping. And around that time, we also wrote a draft law for our country on common intellectual rights, because community rights are the way collective innovation has taken place in our societies. What the difference it made was we were able to at least influence our parliament to not recognize patents on life. Our patent law has an Article 3J, and I had a big role in this. It says plants, animals, and seeds and their parts are not human inventions. Yeah? These are our relatives. They cannot be treated as our inventions, and therefore they cannot be patented. So that is a very big progress. I have personally fought many cases of actual biopiracy. When I wrote biopiracy, there was no real biopiracy. Then the biopiracy of neem took place, a tree that is very good for pest control. Basmati, my valley is famous for the rice, aromatic rice. A Texas company claims to have invented the seed, the grain, the aroma, even methods of cooking rice. And then a biopiracy of wheat. So I have a book called Reclaiming the Commons, which is my 35 years of work on the issue of biodiversity, intellectual property rights, ownership of seed, both the laws we framed in Rio, the Convention on Biological Diversity, and the laws, national laws that have been framed. And, you know, Brazil used to have amazing laws to recognize indigenous rights. I've been to Brasilia for that work a number of times, and I know many of them were reversed. And I think now the moment has come to build back again. The issue of across the world not recognizing a tiny modification of a plant as an invention and redefining living systems as machines is a flaw we should correct everywhere. I know your laws don't allow patents on seed, but I know the Brazilian farmers were sued by Monsanto, even though the law doesn't allow it. The Argentinian farm law doesn't allow patents on plants and seeds, and yet there's still cases going on and royalties are being collected. So this is an ongoing issue. I feel grateful I had a role to understand the seed, to understand living systems, and to understand the corruption of intellectual property regimes, which basically encourage biopiracy rather than prevent it. The second question about the issue of the earth and women and ecofeminism and earth democracy. you know, the very fact that that land was converted into private property across the world, land was a commons managed by the community, and men and women played equal roles in protection of the commons, in use of the commons. And in India, land was was a commons literally till 1789, when the British, with one stroke of a pen, said that it belonged to England. And therefore, the peasants of India had to pay rents. And they created the regime where eventually, when they created landlords, zamindari, very much like the Brazilian, concentration of land ownership, they gave men the title. So I would definitely feel reclaiming land as a commons in ownership, but private in terms of the responsibility for that piece of land. These are the use rights, yeah? So rather than tradable ownership rights, use rights. And use rights are fine to be held by individuals in a community, where the community governs overall, whether in a dry area, you can grow sugarcane or not. And I work with communities that have played that role to say this area doesn't have enough water to grow a 2,500 millimeter demanding crop. So I would definitely say that, yes, the rights of women and the rights of the land and rights of Mother Earth have to be respected, recognized, protected, and all the speakers today talked about it in one way or the other. And I am definitely not among those who believes, my book, Ecofeminism with Maria Mies, we've said you can't chase the capitalist patriarchy in their model of privatizing life, owning life, conquering life. Feminism has another agenda, and that other agenda is to recognize that the earth is living, the earth has rights, and women as part of the earth family have equal rights to men. Yeah, they are not a second sex, they are not a passive sex, their work matters, their knowledge matters. All this was reduced to zero by capitalist patriarchy, which reduced the earth to a dead matter and women to a passive second sex. And turning to a democracy means both the earth's recognition, earth's creativity, recognition, come together with the women's creativity, productivity, and recognition. And to me, earth democracy is the interconnected but diverse liberations of every plant, every microbe, every oyster that Chico is talking about, the owls that we show in the films. And equal rights doesn't mean uniformity. Equal rights means equal respect.
Muito obrigado, Vandana. Seguindo, temos uma
Thank you very much. And now we have a question for Filipa Ramos as well. The question is, how do we remove focus from protecting only one kind of humankind? How do we give everyone the same perspective of fighting buildings across the planet?
E perdi o início da questão.
Sim.
So, David, I was listening to the translation, so I lost the beginning of the question. All right, so how do we protect more than one kind of humankind so that everyone can fight what cities represent in the planet? Should I answer in Portuguese or English? Go ahead and answer in Portuguese, if you'd like. I think that's a question that we're also asking ourselves. I think this is a question that artists like Ana Vaz and people who are working in this area believe that a conversation between culture, activism in its different forms, and environmental, ecological care and attention are complementary, where they can be combined. There needs to be a common goal because we have a common enemy per se. So it's a very broad question. And this is what drives us to continue working, because there is no simple answer. It's easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism. capitalism still exists as a bastard child, as a system that in its essence aligns certain ways of life that separates people from others to create a system, a social policy that is deeply rooted in inequality between people. So I don't really have an answer for that. I think what we need to keep in mind is that privileges need to be redistributed, which means that we need to redistribute how cities are built. And I think one of the biggest differences that we have now is how toxicities are distributed. There are areas that consume more cement, that have more capital, that have more power to vote. And there are other areas that receive food, that receive the so-called leftovers, which are outside of these global centers. So, in my opinion, being decentralized also means that we need to reduce the unbalance in which access is created, in how the leftovers flow from the center to the global outskirts. It's an attempt to create better access to production means, to awareness, to consumption. It needs to be better balanced, and there should also be more responsibility for everything that we are growing and distributing. We need to have the good and the bad sides of everything we do. The bad side should not be passed on to others. So I think being compartmentalized is something that is tangible, and that needs to change. I'm speaking that from my position of a Western woman who wants to take this responsibility for receiving and only my privileges, also fighting for an equal redistribution of absorbing everything that we call toxicity. Thank you, Filipa. And we have a couple of questions for Chico Mandira. The first is, how can one access the knowledge that you mentioned? Is it only through oral traditions, or are there any available sources in other formats? And the second question for Chico is, since you mentioned in your talk that the Jaquipiranga State Park was created in '68 during the heights of the military dictatorship in Brazil, if you believe that the park was created as an additional attempt from the Brazilian elite to remove people from rural areas and push them into big cities. Okay, so to answer the first question on accessing traditional knowledge, we don't really have any books. It was passed on by oral tradition. So this knowledge came from our bringing up as children. We lived in farms and we learned from our grandparents. Our grandparents were very important in our lives, in children's lives, to teach us, besides our parents, of course. Grandparents played a very important role because they taught their grandchildren what to do and what not to do. And also, when you're young and when you want to, for example, cut down this wood, the elders would tell you, no, that you could not use this kind of wood for that. So if you were fishing, you shouldn't use this to make your fishing rods. You would learn. As I always tell the kids in my community, we often work with environmental studies, and I usually tell them about my mother's story. My mother has passed, but when she would go to the fields, us kids would go along. She would hang her hammock close to the crops, and the kids would be there. They wouldn't be working, but they would watch how their mother was working. And that's what they did. So it was passed on naturally down each generation. It was cultural. So we really don't have a written format. There are stories that we tell, but we don't really have anything written down on our cultural knowledge. This is really passed down from generation to generation. The question about the Jacupiranga Park, which was created in 1968. Well, how can I explain this? I think it was an unfortunate move that the state government did when it created this park, because it really did remove freedom from people who lived in those traditional farming communities. In the 70s, or in the 80s rather, was when people left farms to go to cities because they could no longer work there. The government created the park, but they didn't give its inhabitants any conditions to live a good life. And we're paying a high price for it still today, because we cannot, well, we were prohibited from hunting, from extracting heart of palm, from farming. But with all of these prohibitions, or actually even before this was banned, we could extract anything. We could hunt, we could get heart of palm, we could fish. Whatever you wanted in a farm, you could do it. But the government banned all of that. You can no longer hunt, because when people hunted, we hunted in months without R's, where there was breeding. So we were worried about having sustainable hunting. Also with heart of palm, we wouldn't tear the entire forest down. We would only harvest what we would use, and we would leave the rest to continue growing. So that's how we used the forest. When the park was created, when people were removed from their farms because they could no longer plant, they could no longer have subsistence farming. Then third parties came in who had no commitment to the forests, who would kill even if there were pups. Families had to go to the city without any professions, without any education. Most of them fell into crime. So it was a very difficult situation. And some families left. As we were able to use the park in traditional communities, in Colombos and traditional communities, those who left little by little came back to the park and to their own land, which is great because they are stewards to this area that was practically left abandoned by the families who had to leave, and abandoned by the government, who didn't care for the land. So this was what was really harmful to the traditional inhabitants of this region when parks were created. Here's another question for Chico, and I'm also going to ask a question of my own. It's a question about how oyster management knowledge is passed on to the next generations. And to continue on what you were saying, I have a question about the importance of this model that we are discussing with highly restricted parks from the 60s and 70s, and how did things change throughout the 80s, 90s, and 2000s, especially after we created a model for extractivist forest reserves, which are connected to Chico Mendes's work, efforts, and how they now consider traditional communities. You mentioned that the park was reviewed, and that conservation units were created into a mosaic in Jacupiranga, and this was built in a collaboration with the local communities. So I'd like to hear a little bit about how important that was, and also about how oyster rearing is taught to the new generations. Right, so right now we are doing oyster management, and some have left the community, and those who stayed behind are still learning, working, and seeing how things have changed for the best. Even in doing what we do with oyster farms and respecting and defending the fishing time, which is from December to February. This is a time in which people are going to the beach. This is the high season for tourism where people eat seafood, including oysters. So learning from a young age is very important. I have a grandson who always goes with his parents into the mangroves to capture crabs and oysters. And there are some kids who come along and hear about the story. And I think that is very important, so that in the future, they will also take care of nature. That's a concern that we have. We don't know what's going to happen in the future. But we know that if we teach them from early childhood to be stewards of the land, then the environment will be respected in the future. About parks, several restricted use conservation units were created here in the region. One was Jacupiranga, but we also had the Bahia de Cardoso Park, created in 1962. Petar in Iporanga is a cave complex. There is Iguape, Jureia, and this was all for Caiçara communities. It was a model that was not created in Brazil. It was imported from the United States. And there was no discussion with the communities that inhabited the areas that were turned into parks. But now, if you ask me how this will be, if I think, or what is my perception of parks, I do think it's important for parks to exist, because they help us in nature conservation against invasions, as I told you. But the model that served as the basis for this creation was terrible for local communities. And then we had what we call resecs, which are extractivist reserves, which were created out of need, because the state of São Paulo at the time wanted to create a park where communities lived. it would be worse than a park, actually, because when you have a conservation unit, you could only receive people for studies. So that's when we requested an extractivist reserve to be created, because we saw how that model could work. We took an example from the Chico Mendes Reserve in the state of Acre. And that's when we were able to get it passed after so many years. So Mandira was the first federal extractivist reserve in the state of São Paulo. So ours is the first federal reserve. And thankfully, after this one, a number of state reserves were created, and they follow a different model, where you have to care for the environment, you have to care for nature. But if it's a solid ground area, then communities can live there as long as they take care of it. That's an important part of it. Our area is a mangrove. We live in the Quilombo area, which is in a neighboring area. But we also have the responsibility of taking care of it so that in the future we can have everything that we need. Oysters, crabs, and other kind of shellfish. So it's a different category, but the Resex is a very important concept. Since it was created in these park areas, I'm sure that we are having a different perspective. If they had been created in the past, people wouldn't have left, because now they have a priority in our territory.
Muito obrigado, seu Chico. Tem uma pergunta para a Vandana Shiva.
Thank you very much. I have a question now to Vandana Shiva. And that's something that Filipa mentioned. That's a sentence that Filipa mentioned, is that we can imagine the end of the world, but we cannot imagine the end of capitalism. And the question to Vandana is, how you see, you talked about that, but I would like you to elaborate on this. How do you see that effort of financial companies nowadays of commoditize biodiversity, and for that matter, how democracy, how the land democracy can be an answer or a solution or a way out facing this process that we are seeing of the land capitalization. If you can talk about that, please.
Yeah. You know, Philippa, I have lived in an India where capitalism was not dominant. It has been made dominant through globalization. And even today, their communities, unless the highway comes through their village or a resort comes near their village, they are living a life of ecological democracy, or democracy, in creating living economies in a sustainable, renewable way. How does Earth democracy, how do ecological communities, how does our recognition of us being Earth family resist the idea and imagination that every resource can be snatched from every person? What Chico was describing about the park that dispossessed the community, yeah, is the typical divide that was created, particularly beginning from the United States, as he said, of making it look like nature could only be where people were not. Whereas if you look at the fact today, 80% of the biodiversity is on the 25% land left with indigenous people. And that is a lesson of how do you conserve biodiversity, yeah? Just look at the facts. Where's the biodiversity? What are the relationships? Yeah? Is it commodification, or is it as relatives, as kin, as equal beings? I think the most important way to resist the idea that biodiversity, the land, water can be reduced to a commodity and an asset. You know, a commodity is traded, an asset is fictionalized. Yeah, 4,000 trillion in a collapsing world, you know, is total imagination. But the point is, not only is the economy working with fictitious calculus, they do manage to extract resources from people. And it always begins, you know, the wedge through which they get in is debt. If a country or a community is indebted, they say, oh, you're indebted. Like the World Bank and IMF used to come in earlier and say, here's structural adjustment, privatize your water, give away your land, let your forests be chopped for growing soya bean. The credit system and the debt system is the way they will get in. The other day I was reading, you know, Sri Lanka with its huge debt, there's already a group trying to commodify the water systems, and Coca-Cola is playing a role. So the corporations who are privatizing the resource, the financial system, which is financializing it, will work by using the crisis of debt that they have created. And that's why building Earth's democracy means you reclaim your resources, like Chico has done. I mean, such a good example of a democracy. Work with the earth, co-create with the earth, co-produce with the earth, and create prosperity. Yeah? Protect the mangroves, get the oysters, and as he repeatedly says, you know, we are not poor, we are rich, because richness comes from clean water, good life, healthy life, a community, grandparents teaching children. And we are at a moment where we are being asked to forget our autonomy. We are being asked to forget our humanity. Now, if we can hold on to community, solidarity, and our deep humanity, that's why for me, Earth democracy means keeping human beings in the picture, not treating humans as an exile. There's lots of environmentalists who are paid huge amounts in the West and the North to say, get rid of people. People are the problem. No, colonizing people are the problem. Caring people are part of the Earth community. And continuing to hold that practice and that belief is the resistance. Yeah? To say the world is not, the currency of life is not money, definitely not on stock markets. And the currency of life is clean water, clean air, of community, of solidarity.
On that note, Vandana, may I ask you something? I'm curious to know your opinion on current movements to have, let's say, non-humans, rivers, forests, mountains, recognized as legal persons. I think it's a very important move, but sometimes I wonder, why do we need to anthropomorphize everything in order for us to recognize their rights and in order to leave them alone? And I was curious to know, what is your view on this?
You know, I mentioned that I was part of the, you know, in the president of Ecuador took inspiration on the rights of nature from my book Staying Alive, and he wrote to me, and the ambassador came to invite me when he became the president, and I was part of the Rights of Mother Earth movement. Now, when we talked of Mother Earth and the rights of Mother Earth, we talked about the earth first, yeah, and humans as derived, as part of her network, are part of her life. When it went to America, they did two things. First, they panic about Mother Earth. They just cannot deal with the fact that the earth is living, you know. So they turned it into nature, rights of nature. And I'm part of that alliance, but I always tell them, I said, why do you have to constantly take the life out? The second is, they would say, we will give rights to nature. I said, who are you to give rights to nature? Nature allows us to live. And third, they would give this personhood. And I said, don't anthropomorphize, exactly as you said. And I think it's the narrowness of thinking and the inability to think of the world as related, but are not autonomous, you know, that each being, a river is a river, not a person, you know, a tree is a tree and not a person, that each of them has their uniqueness and their being is what we should recognize, not person, you know. To put a human personality to it, I think, is an error. In India, you know what they did? Ganges, which has been revered forever, she's Mother Ganga, and every person, you know, go and dip in her, pray to her. And of course, someone went to the court and said, give personhood. So one man was appointed to take care of the whole long river. it's impossible, So yeah, I totally agree with you that rights of the earth are rights of the earth in her diversity, her uniqueness, her autonomy, and her relationships.
Thank you.
Mais alguém de vocês tem perguntas para fazer um para o outro? Fiquem à
Anyone
vontade.
else would like to ask each other a question? And feel free to do so.
Felipa, Vandana, Chico.
Felipa, Vandana, Chico, if you have any questions. Would you like to ask any questions? No.
Se tivermos mais alguma questão do público.
So if we have any other questions from the audience, we are available. But I have a question to Felipa. I was thinking about your presentation. We always hear that about the zoos being an area that exposes living beings and all the ethical issues that involves. I would like to hear about that idea, being the zoo an area to expose living beings. And in addition to your thoughts, I would like to hear more about MFA's works and the possibilities of rethinking that area, the zoo area, and how we could develop other ways to deal with the impacts that are caused on the animal lives. Because when you think about the zoos, we are thinking about that process a lot of times coming from this given context of the roads or from other places that really explore the animals. So what kind of thoughts and comments would you have about NFA's work and also your ideas on it? Thank you. Davi, well, my interest on the zoos started when, and because for me it's really bizarre to see that at a moment there has been a systematic understanding and the main pillars of colonialism, and this area that is so representative of imperial discourses that has been untouched. And in the beginning, I started asking myself, how is it possible that the zoos that represent traditionally that imperial political real power, private powers as well, that they're still there. They're still considered an area that we see in this weird triangulation between environmental preservation, science, and also entertainment and education, or education and entertainment. And this is a counterpart to investigate that resistance, this stubborn way that the zoos exist. That, in my opinion, this is an obsolete area, and not only because it is exhibiting animals like that, but because they represent a control of the world and a way of showing animals that are considered and that are divided, separated between exotic and non-exotic animals. So that is very weird for me. So it's interesting to think about the zoos as an element of preservation of a mindset that is wrong. And then I started seeing how some artists relate to that area, that space, and how that conditions the types of possible relationships, and how nature can be mastered, and that we can decide on the lives of other lives. So Anna looks at a zoo in Brasilia and it's a refugee area also, but I don't see it can be a safe area. But it also reveals how ill the Western humankind is and how it destroyed other areas. So we have this double perspective here and conditions that are also that also take into consideration the fact that these animals are shown, because when they are shown, that structure can have something that will allow them to perpetuate the system, and that comes from several other areas, and these animals come from different places. So Anna has audios of people that call the environmental police to say, I found this animal, I found that animal, I don't know what to do. The animal is wounded, and therefore there is an observation of a space, an area which is a healing there's our healing area, healing space, but it is also a place that is of myths as well. The the animals that we see, you see that now the children that go to the zoos, they are encouraged to call that giant otters as assassins, because in the beginning, in the start of this zoo, when the employees built this zoo in Brasilia, it started as a city. In the past, they called the animal as a killer or as a assassin, because then it looks like one of the animals in the past attacked someone to preserve, to protect their group. So they maintain that savage myth of and consider that a nature that has to be tamed and controlled. So it's a very complex understanding. So what I hope is that this healing, this preservation space could, in a very practical way, leave that urban context so that we would have more room to become something more of a sanctuary, for a place for healing or a place for reintegration of these species, but rather than being a show or a spectacle of all kinds. I hope that is rethought or changed, transformed, and then integrated in another way so that it can be a meta-analysis critical process about its functions, about also the way how the possibility of a world that we have that needs to perform to us, and that can be a huge problem. And that is an obsolete mindset, and it has no place nowadays anymore. So I think that this would be the idea, to detach both areas. And of course, we find artists with different languages, with poetic language, with complex ways to look at that and to elaborate the relationship with these creatures and with this space, and that might allow us to show us, look, we are not in the zoo, we are in an area that is transforming this relationship. Great. I loved your reflection, and I fully agree with you, especially about this role that the zoos had and still have of shaping the nature of animals in an area that is controlled and mastered, and the separation of everything that exists, everything that comes from the 18th or 19th centuries, and that is connected to the development of this imperialist colonial model. And also reminding you that for a long time we did have human being zoos as well, but the animal zoos are still there, and they have that idea of a classification of others and also domination, control of others, and how that allows us to have, as Vandana mentioned, the separation from other species, and that's not fruitful for the type of planet and society that we would like to be. Now, to conclude, we have 10 more minutes. I would like to ask a question to Vandana and Chico for both of them. And remember that there is a whole network of quilombolas in Ribeira Valley in the south of São Paulo and also Paraná, another state in Brazil, that since 2008 has an annual event, which is an event to exchange seeds. And this is not seeds and seedlings. This is not the only event in the country, but the objective of this event is to foster and to value traditional seeds. And this is a guarantee of food sovereignty and security and safety. I would like to hear from both of you about the importance of traditional seeds in maintaining the diversity of life and the planet. Maybe Shika could start and then Vandana will end. Yes, we do have that event in Ribeira Valley. I think we are in the 10th year already of this event. It's very good for species preservation. That these are the species planted in quilombola and riverside communities. I believe that has strengthened a lot our food chain in the region, especially with the Criolla seed, because a lot of these communities have lost the seed, what we call payol seed. All communities used to have it. You would harvest in a year, you would store it in a silo, and the next year you would remove it and plant it, and it would harvest, it would grow. And now these seeds have been lost. So you end up buying the seeds, and so and you would bought these seeds, you would plant it, and you couldn't plant them again; they would rot. So now, with this Social Environmental Institute work with the ICONIC, which is an association for the Quilombola, all the Quilombola communities in Ribeira Valley, we created that event, and that has ensured to the communities seeds that are very healthy. We can plant them, we can harvest them, next year we can plant them again. These are seeds that need no poisons or any type. We only work with organic products here. And we have a co-op of the Quilombola unit, and they work with organic products, and they sell that organic product to several places. And this has been very good, not only to guarantee that we have the seeds, but also guarantees that we have income. So it guaranteed both of things, not only producing the seeds, we'll have the seeds, and then we'll also have income for the traditional communities. And that has been, but because these communities lost their freedom. So right now it's very difficult for them to plant. But thanks God, we have a lot of people. We have lawyers, we have professors and doctors that fight for our cause, and also that helps us in planting, producing, and selling our product. And when Vandana Yes, when Vandana talked, she talked about the seeds, and so here are also several women now are going out to the forest at the native seeds season. They harvest the season, and we have someone that buys it, buys these seeds, and they also resell it, and that's very important for income generation in the communities, because we are in an area that is a touristic area, a fishing area, different from the other area in Ribeira, the higher Ribeira. It's just planting there. So if you do not have anything to plant, you don't need to go out to the forest and steal heart of palm from other people.
Should I? Yeah. So I started to save seeds since '87 after attending a meeting where the corporations, today there are 4, they said they'd be 5, who control chemicals and agrochemicals, and in Brazil you call it agrotoxics, said now we must own the seed. And the way to own the seed through patents is through genetic engineering, because now through genetic engineering we can claim we've made something new, it's our invention, and therefore we can have a patent. And I asked some basic questions. I said, have you looked at the impacts? And they said, we can't stop to look at the impacts. And that's why I started to work on biosafety, and we introduced the clauses in this Convention on Biological Diversity, Article 19.3, which gave the biosafety protocol. The illusion has been created that local seeds, native seeds, farmers' seeds are primitive, just like we were called primitive, because colonialism has to make you inferior in order to be superior. And in order for the chemically bred varieties to sell chemicals to be declared superior and improved, local seeds had to be declared inferior and primitive and wiped out. I had seen this happen in Punjab, and I just started to save every seed. And in my worldview, there's no species that is useless. There's no child that is useless. There's no human being who's useless. Everyone has their place. And a true seed is a seed that renews, it self-organizes, it multiplies, and all the industrial seeds are non-renewable, bred for chemicals, and therefore they have huge costs. This is the reason we now have seed famines everywhere, and this is also the reason we have community seed banks all over. We've created 150 community seed banks in India through Navdanya. And the earlier discussion we were having about zoos and about parks, which always separate and remove the humanity or enclose and imprison other species. And in the zoos in the early days in Europe, Africans and blacks used to be part of the, they used to be put there with the animals because they were part of the fauna and flora. Our work is now showing that native seeds are the only seeds that will be, as Chico said, you can grow them organically. You don't need chemicals because they're not bred for chemicals. Secondly, they are not bred for intolerance. They grow beautifully in harmony like the 3 sisters, the corn and the beans and the squashes. Navdanya means 9 crops growing together because there's harmony, there's symbiosis, there's mutuality. And because the measure of yield has been a deceptive measure, it's always made to look like they're low yielding. But yield as mass is the irrelevant criteria for ecology. Ecology has to be how much richer is the soil, how much more nutrition is in the food, how many more pollinators are in the field, and on every indicator. And we do that work. We do nutrition per acre, much more nutrition with native seeds. We do soil health, much more improvement in soil health. pollinators. We have 6 times more than the forest. So I would say true seed is like wild seed. It is renewable, it's autopoietic, it's self-organization. And I love the way Chico used the word freedom and being free repeatedly. And to me, Earth democracy is about the freedom of every species and freedom of every human and the ecological spaces that allow you to be free. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Ó, ótimas palavras para a gente encerrar a nossa
Great,
mesa.
those were great words to wrap up this panel. So thank you very much, Vandana, Filipa, and Chico. This was a great morning/afternoon. It was great to hear from all of you. Thank you on behalf of MASP, and thank you to those of you who are watching. Thank you to everyone who sent us questions and has watched the panels in our seminar. We will continue in an hour and a half at 2:30 p.m. Brazil with Stephanie Hassler, Gabrielle Mantelli, and Judy Chicago for our closing panel. So this concludes this panel, and I'll give you some time for your final statements and your thank yous, starting with Chico, then Filipa, and then Vandana. Okay, thank you for this opportunity. I'm happy to talk about our work, about our experience. Thank you very much. It has been a pleasure. And we'd also like to invite you, if you'd like to see what we do. We are on the south coast of São Paulo, near Cananéia, still on the mainland. And it's not very far from São Paulo City, 380 kilometers, I think. So you're invited if you'd like to see our community. We also work with environmental studies. We have a school with 100 students now, so we like to receive visitors. Thank you. So, Davi, thank you very much. It's bizarre to be in this panel and to feel a little bit of white Western shame. But I know that this shame comes out of guilt, which is not a constructive feeling. It's not something that pushes you forward. So the only thing I can say is thank you. I'm very humbly and I'm very honored to be a part of this panel with Vandana and Chico. And I'd like to thank MASP for this opportunity. And let's continue. There's a lot of work ahead of us.
Thank you. Thank you. Wonderful seeing you again, Filipa, and lovely meeting you, Chico. And to those who are listening, just like Chico has invited you, I would like to invite you to see the work of Navdanya, the work on seeds, the work on biodiversity, the illusions that fall apart when you take care of the earth. And our Earth University, where we offer courses. I offer a course on ecofeminism in early March, and then a whole month in September. We call it Return to Earth, which is learning how to do ecological farming and saving seeds and growing good food and creating community and just growing joy and hope. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, gente. E a gente se vê, então.
Thank you, everyone, and we'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Olá, sejam muito bem-vindas.
Hello and welcome, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. My name is Isabella Rugelli. I am a curator at MASP, and I'll be the mediator for the last part of the Histories of Ecology seminar, a project between MASP and Lenbachhaus Art Museum in Munich. I will introduce the next three speakers, starting with Stephanie Hessler, who will speak for about 20 minutes. And I'd like to remind everyone watching that you can send us your questions on the YouTube chat box. You can send them in any language and we'll have it translated. This presentation will be simultaneously translated into Portuguese, English, and German as well. So let me introduce Stephanie. Stephanie is a curator, writer, and editor, focusing on ecologies and their various social intersections. She is the director of the international nonprofit institution Swiss Institute in New York. Before that, she was the director of Krødsdal Trondheim in Norway, where she co-led the research-based exhibition Sex Ecologies and edited the accompanying compendium on queer ecology, sexuality, and care in More Than Human Worlds, published by the Seed Box and MIT Press 2021. Other recent curatorial projects include the 17th Momenta Biennale titled Sensing Nature, Rising Tides Down to Earth in Berlin, and Joan Jonah's Moving Off the Land in Venice. Hessler single-authored a book titled Prospecting Ocean in 2019 and edited numerous volumes, including Tidalectics, Imagining an Oceanic Worldview Through Arts and Science, in MIT Press 2018. Welcome, Stephanie.
Thank you so much, Isa, for the invitation to be here. And thank you to the MASP for organizing. It's been such a wonderful, incredible symposium to follow from afar. And I'm thrilled to be presenting today. I'm going to share my screen. So it was swimming in the ocean that I first felt a strong desire to be fully immersed in it, absorbed by it, and one with it. And as my body was touched by its waters, and I'm showing here a slide by Anduki Jordan to illuminate that feeling, I was touched by the ocean's simultaneously toxic and reproductive soup of ova, spermatozoa, feces, and pollutants. And it was then that I first considered my relationship with the sea to be erotic. Nutrients, pollutants, and increasingly also the chemical reactions caused by warming ocean temperatures due to the climate disaster permeate water and skin. All of these forces, at once cultural and biological, touch me. Some of them change me, while others pass unregistered. In Anduki Jordan's video, Ziggy and the Starfish, this aquatic sensation extends to more than humans. The film conjures an image of multi-species intimacies emblematic of the way that queer ecology, or the erotic, more than human longing that I call sex ecologies, presses increasingly to the fore in artist works. Her moving image collage depicts luscious anemones, you can see a picture of that here, caressing sea slugs and spawning corals, accompanied by underwater sounds and songs from vintage erotic movies. These trans-species resonances to me are deeply sensual. They push into the edges of myself, tingling beyond the boundaries of my own already multi-species body. To help me think and dream through an oceanic erotics, I turn to the poet and classicist Anne Carson's book, Eros the Bittersweet from 1986. Carson, in writing about a fragment of a poem by the poet Sappho, identifies desire as a three-point circuit that is composed of the lover, the beloved, and the difference between them. And this difference produces an absence that goes paradoxically but necessarily hand in hand with sensuous connectivity. It is this gap that evokes Eros as, and in the words of Carson, a deferred, defied, and obstructed hungry, and Eros is constructed as deferred, defied, obstructed, and hungry, and it is organized around a radiant absence. And according to Carson, Eros is an issue of boundaries, and we've heard Vandana Shiva speak about separations and boundaries earlier today. Eros makes me want to dissolve my edges, for instance, while I'm swimming in the ocean, but at the same time, it hinges on these very boundaries and the realization that my edges will never fully dissipate. While Carson writes Eros into human relations, in my curatorial and writing work, I expand this longing to non-humans, including the ocean. I ask, could the current environmental crisis be connected to fear of the erotic? And in bringing together notions of the erotic and extractivism, I speculate about whether the hungry longing for an absent, radiant other triggers a deep fear of the loss of control over nature. And I ask whether by recognizing Eros and celebrating it in our relations with nature, we can foster more caring connections with all planetary beings, including the ocean. The Pacific scholar, artist, and activist Katerina Teaiwa's work, Our Sea of Phosphate, The Diaspora of Ocean Island, critiques the colonial capitalist policies and environmental and social effects of phosphate mining on Banaba in Kiribati. Banaba is an island marked by British, Australian, and New Zealand agricultural imperialism and by a long and painful history of displacement. Teaiwa's work, which has addressed phosphate extraction for many years, denounces the reduction of human and non-human life to capitalist resources and critiques the ranked stratum not only of whose life is affected, but who benefits from extraction, but also between life and non-life. And to quote Teaiwa, she says, phosphate rocks and islands are also not static lumps. And the way that Banaba Island is subjected to mining illuminates the assumption that nature is passive and that minerals are non-living and therefore easily extractable. The social science and cultural studies scholar Macarena Gomez Barres uses the term extractive zones to critique the colonial paradigm, worldview, and technologies that mark out regions of high biodiversity in order to reduce life to capitalist resource conversion. In extractivism, areas of mining are presented as separable, fixed, and containable. The environmental impact, however, is supposed to stay localized. So edges, in a way, are clearly demarcated. And remember that Carson writes that Eros is an issue of boundaries. Whether on land or in the sea, the physical and conceptual edges drawn around extractive zones resemble the idea that our bodies are entities separate from the world, from the impact of other bodies, both human and non-human. This conception is based in modern separability, and it also mirrors the parameters of islands, which are conceived as singular entities that are divided both from water and from each other. The concept of the island is indeed a product of imperialist thinking emanating from the European continent. In an influential essay from 1993, the late Tongan and Fijian writer and anthropologist Epeli Hau'ofa advocated for a reappraisal of this compartmentalizing worldview. His writing conceives Pacific nations not as small specks of land in a vast ocean, but as a large sea of islands. In Hau'ofa's writing, the vast world of Pacific islands is composed of boundaries in negotiation where water washes on the shores, shipborne travelers denounce borders as fictional, if effective and harmful nonetheless, and connectivity threatens to dissolve the colonial cartographic grid that stratifies land and water alike. In this understanding, edges are complicated by relationality and proximity. While Epeli Hau'ofa or through his writing, we can sense the possibility of other worlds in the making through experiences pushing against the edges of our bodies, islands, the ocean, and other conceptual divides. Tiffany Lethabo King, the gender studies scholar working at the intersection of African diaspora and settler colonialism, offers the geologic formation of the shoal, a sandbar that submerges, that rises and shifts, as a way to defy the permanence of edges and divides. A shoal is a liminal and errant ecotone that is hard to map because its shapes are always in flux. The shoal requires slowing down and navigating new embodied footings that consider sea and land as well as shifting sand together. The shoal thereby disrupts colonial geographies as much as Western philosophies and ways of being that are based in separation and distance. As for our bodies, the skin is our edge with the world, but it is a leaky boundary. The feminist theorist Karen Barad suggests that our relationship with non-humans means having the other in one's skin. What we call skin is not ours alone, but it is an organism composed of many microbial bodies, each with their own permeable skin. Our bodies do not end with our skin, just like islands do not end with the outer perimeter of land, but they extend with continental shelves, with migrating humans, and with the effects of mining that seep into other geographies and futures. Our fuzzy edges move against bodies of water, bacterial and other non-human bodies, and the human bodies we desire, each forming infinite erotic triangulations, as Anne Carson might have it. The gender studies scholar Eva Hayward proposes a transcorporeality when she beautifully writes that all of us are partly coral reefs. In Seba Kaifukeo's video, Kokulen, which is Mapuche for living being, for liquid being, the artist is seen submerged in a stream, water flowing over their body. In the next shot, they're suspended from a tree trunk with a blue rope tied around their body. A text accompanying the video's sound of flowing water reads, "I want to be a fish, without a sex to be reckoned with. A champal interstice of men, of woman, non-binary waters." In Mapuche cosmology, the linear progression between past and present doesn't exist, and neither do boundaries between territories and bodies, gender and water, memory and time. The video is an evocative critique of colonization and neoliberalism. Since the 1981 Pinochet era water code, the Chilean government may grant water titles to private owners, making it a marketable good while impacting farmers and indigenous communities. The video is also a solvent of boundaries of genders, of bodies, and of bodies of water. We're all partly coral reef, but we're also not the ocean. The feminist, queer, and race studies scholar Sarah Ahmed highlights the importance of recognizing differences and guarding their particularities from generalizations and violent conflations. Writing about gender and sexuality, Ahmed warns of binary reductions. We can transfer her thinking to the ocean. While I have the ocean in my skin, that does not make it mine, nor does it make it less itself. Some of its particles enter my body, while our differences spur my longing for more. The triangular constellation that Carson identifies as Eros, in this scene myself, the ocean, and the difference between us, stirs a deferred, hungry, and radiant absence. And that to me is deeply erotic. The oceanic erotic ethically and ontologically challenges the notion of cleanly demarcated extraction from a remote other, since even though we are not the same, the ocean and I are deeply connected, and mined phosphate does not only leave a cut in the planet, but draws a cut through my skin as well. Yet even as Eros hinges on a radiant absence, as Carson says, it requires proximity. Proximity produces relationality. Embodied presence and movement in water enable effective interactions. In close encounter, be it physical or conceptual, we can feel that we are partly coral reef as much as we are different from the ocean. There's nothing erotic in the colonial insistence on distance, separations, and independence, in its scales that require fixed positions between bodies and places. In this conceptions, bodies are only allowed to enter the skin of others through various modes of consumption. And approximations here are not meant to produce intense proximity, defied, radiant, obstructed, and hungry, as Carson writes, but they are at best transactional and more commonly exploitative. But what causes the modern insistence on boundaries as something to be upheld, rather than as something to produce an erotics of radiant absence experienced through proximity of relationships constantly in negotiation, as in Tiffany Lethabo-King's Sandbanks or Shoals. Boundaries are used to demarcate that other which can be colonized and extracted. Feminist, queer, and race studies scholar Sarah Ahmed again suggests that it is also a problem of fear. The fear of a perceived threat caused by the presence of an other works to affect the boundaries between self and other. The political philosopher and environmental engineer Malcolm Ferdinand similarly shows that fear, in the case of his writing, both of humans living differently as well as of nature, evokes what he calls altericide. And I quote him here, the denial of the possibility of living on Earth in the presence of an other. So the other, whether that's other humans or the ocean, is denied existence. It is eradicated or subordinated to comply with hegemony or to become a resource in the extractivist sense. I wonder then, could the rationales bolstering extractivism based in separations, in distances, in the will to preserve boundaries of self and other, including other humans and nature, be not only imperialism par excellence, but also a problem of erotophobia? The ecofeminist scholar Greta Gard shows that the fear of the erotic is founded in divisions, in naturalizations of sex and sexualizations of nature, as well as in numerous depreciations of so-called others. She writes, Western culture's devaluation of the erotic parallels its devaluations of women and of nature, among others, and these devaluations also mutually reinforce. So what if we didn't fear, but desired the ocean? In Audre Lorde's essay, Uses of the Erotic as Power from 1978, the self-described Black lesbian mother, warrior, and poet conjures the erotic as a source of power and knowledge arising from deep within women, a term that I use to include women identifying trans and non-binary folks. Lorde writes that in Western society, we have learned to be suspicious of this resource. I agree with her, the erotic is power. In pushing us to our edges, as Carson suggests, I believe that the erotic can help us relate differently. We can find inklings of new forms of relating in the poet and activist Alexis Pauline Gumbs pleading with saltwater and corals when she says that she wants to dream until your edge is soft. And also in Anduki Jordan's gently caressing sea slugs that come close to dissolving my edges altogether. My desire for the ocean is not only a wish for closeness and relations over divides, it is also necessity, dependence even. Perhaps this is the moment to state the obvious. We all depend on the ocean for survival. An oceanic erotics can bring us closer to bodies, including bodies of water. And my longing for the ocean knows that I can never fully grasp it and that its edges shift like those of shoals. But erotics does not need to know a finite body to desire. So what if we swim with the erotic? What if we pursue it rather than fear it? The erotic ocean softens our edges like the Thabo King's shoals. In the erotic ocean, we relate in intense proximity. The erotic ocean floods the edges of my desire. It is a different other passing through me that I long for, but know I won't ever fully understand, nor one that I want to own or exploit. Carson writes that desire moves. Eros is a verb. And in the erotic ocean, we move with its waves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephanie, for your presentation. I was moved by your presentation. Very interesting to hear that after hearing Vandana and all the other panels that we're seeing here in this seminar. I think we are going to have a very interesting debate after all the presentations. I also would like to remind our audience to send questions I will read your questions at the end. We're going to have a 1 hour Q&A session. So now I would like to bring Gabriel Mentelli for his presentation. Gabriel is a human and social environmental rights lawyer and a law professor in São Paulo. He is currently an advisor at Conectas Direitos Humanos NGO and a PhD student in philosophy and general theory of law at the University of São Paulo. He holds a master's degree in law and development from the Fundação Getúlio Vargas and a degree in law from the University of São Paulo. He is involved in national and international research networks with focus on human rights, climate justice, and post-colonial and decolonial studies. He's going to talk about stories of temperatures. Is decolonizing the climate warming a responsibility of the justice? So welcome, Gabriel, please. Thank you, Isabella. Hello, everyone. I am very happy to be able to contribute with the seminar that is debating and reimagining histories of ecology. Thank you very much, MASP's invitation on behalf of David Ribeiro and all the team. I am the privilege and I am happy here to speak right now straight from Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, where we are holding the 27th Climate Change Conference, COP27. It is a moment where we hold great hope and at the same time, a lot of restlessness. We need to adjust our routes. I am very happy to be by such wonderful panelists, such as Stephanie and Judy, as well as others that have been here yesterday. I was with Chai Surui, who is also here at COP27 when she was making her presentation in the seminar. I am Gabriel Montelli, and I am talking from an intersection place. I am a white man. I'm wearing glasses. I have a bird, and I'm wearing a white shirt with a black geometric pattern. To the back, we have lights from my hotel room. I consider myself an amphibious professional, a professional that travels through different environments and ecosystems. I am a human rights lawyer. I work with climate justice, and I'm also a law professor, and a researcher that is always looking at the multiple possibilities of decolonization. I believe that a single story of ecology is reckless because it cannot reach the multiple relations of human with non-human that were developed in our planet. And also, they won't be able to account for the whole climatic crisis. In times of modernity and science, the alliance of colonialism with the capitalist system has turned difficult this task of retelling the history of the binomial culture and nature, just as in substantial terms, the physical, biological, and artificial base of what we call life. It looks like there is no room to postpone the end of the world, or still, we should ask, would there be an end of the world? As Shirley Karnak, the Indian leader, reminded us when we were talking about the end of everything. In fact, the centrality that the modern European colonial regime still imposes is undisputable. Decolonization, on the other hand, is an attempt to break through, to reject, to face the multiple phases of the modernity and coloniality. This decolonization is translated in the free bodies and fights and lost ecologies as resistance, defiance, as the embodiment of hidden voices or voices that are silenced and discontinued by the extractivist genocide history that started with the invasion to the Abiala lands. It persisted in the humanity crime of the slavery of the African people, and that still continues in the horrible image of dead Yanomami children that were sucked by dredges of illegal exploitation of ore in the Amazon. And to law, we have this challenge. And in human rights, we see the denial and assertion, the reproval and the witnesses, and condition and the paradox, the anarchy and the strategic use, politics and litigation. How can we think about institutional alternatives? The ones that we have available lack materiality, and the ecological crisis will be on the account of the global south. This is an invitation to history that history itself doesn't tell us. Machinery has changed, the development polished its tools, but the gears continue to be the same. We see no independence, or the a state nation that runs away from the rule of law. And with that, the legal apparatus cuts like a guillotine people from power. Naivety is to look at the other with the eyes that Rousseau had, when we can do it with the power that Toussaint Louverture or Sonia Guajajara's. What kind of violence is that legitimizes inequality, femicide, silence of mothers, and every day in all the months? We don't know yet who killed or ordered the killing of Marielle Franco or Anderson Gomes, a Brazilian worker. The proofs, the witnesses, the expertise in this death architecture. There is no divine justice and nor legislation that could heal colonial trauma. So we open the path for a new enchantment of law that can tell us why it is here. We have no time to lose. We have been silenced for more than 5 centuries. But law is a tool of neutrality and organization. This is an imposed method by the global north that doesn't make sense anymore in the subordinate regions. This is an ecology that cannot thrive. We go through historical and cultural violences that no longer allow us to fake a natural order of things. The going back to normal doesn't exist. The standard, neither. The capital normality won't spare us from the women's fights, the different people, the counter-hegemonic social movements, from the theater, from the oppressed pedagogy, from the Black Atlantic, from the somaticide of the bodies that are non-compliant, from America Latina, from the decimated forests, and also the denounce of a rationalized structure from the state, which perpetuates the colonial violence every day. That's where the resistance comes from, to think about theories and strategies that are counter-colonial. The decolonial imagination may exist from the moment in which we have an interest for new ways. The denial and breaking through the structures now should happen when these frozen forms of managing and guiding institutions and the law theories fall. So the place of climatic justice cannot be another one if not the community one, the equality of being here. The attempts to push it away do not have a positive effect. On the other hand, they generate inequality. So to transfer the common big houses, the tactics of whiteness, that needs to change against all the importers of the canned awareness of the arts. Also, we need to take teachings, the revolutions, only then when they are dangerous and they can be found and invented. In a world in which climatic change rule and global negotiations, and that's what is happening here at COP27, and open room for the good and the bad, themes such as climatic justice, the carbon colonialism, and environmental racism, they stress our fields of vision, and they impose abysses in the definition of what is right and or what is law and justice. The proposals of decolonization, they have different paths, and they would then transfer epistemologies, and at the same time they can work as greenwashing in and out of an anthropological look to rise in a world where we have the climatic emergency. We can see the decentralization of the crisis metrics, and also see in a critical way the phenomenon of decolonization. After all, the justice metrics do not follow the temporality in a world which is continually heating up. And the epistemologic point of view, when you study law and justice, you already see that there are theories that face the inability of the legal mechanisms to react to demands in climate crisis. Within that critical vision of law, for instance, there is a claim that is still more broadening in a way to understanding that we lack mechanisms that can break through with the present structures and legacy from the past. This legal juggling necessarily depends on a combined power game that is able to include social movements and the mechanisms, although incomplete, of the state and international society. Since there is no void in power, agencies shape themselves also in order to fight for and to question what we have based on what we already are starting from. It is true that art and cultural creation offer us possibilities to imagine other possible worlds, but we'll still have a huge gap between what we dream and what the law theory is able to realize. So we need a law to go through a process of otherization, that is, to get closer to something it is not, so that the other can be and can have what is fair for itself. Therefore, poetry and madness are legal components for the decolonization of a law. In a boiling world, this just as poetry is still more urgent. Law is not able to hold accountable, to name names in a context of so many names. On the other hand, there are interesting developments in the past few years that bring together the fight for human rights with the run against climate change and the ecological apocalypse. More than new names and legal exercises to turn the obvious inapplicable, and multiple histories from ecology come to delocalize the climatic right and the critical opening to what is still unknown. Decolonize has to do with the dizziness that the real world causes after we turn too many times. And it's also to change our periphery so that it can be repositioned. Thank you very much. Thank you, Gabriel.
It was a pleasure to hear you, and now I'll introduce the last speaker for today. I'd also like to remind everyone watching to send us your questions for the debate. The next presentation will be made by Judy Chicago, and she will have 20 minutes. So I have the pleasure again of inviting Judy to be here with us. She has been at MASP for our seminars, Feminist Histories in 2018, and it's a pleasure to have her again.
Yeah, okay,
Let me introduce her once again. Judy Chicago is an artist and author of 15 books. Her career spans almost 6 decades, during which time she has produced a prodigious body of art that has been exhibited around the world. In the 70s, she pioneered feminist art and feminist art education in a series of programs in Southern California. She is best known for her monumental The Dinner Party, executed between 1974 and 1979, now permanently housed at the Brooklyn Museum in the US. Her work is in numerous collections, and her ongoing influence continues to be acknowledged worldwide, most recently through a much-celebrated career retrospective that opened in August 2021 at the De Young Museum in San Francisco. I would like to welcome Judy Chicago and pass it over to her.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm like a sucker for Adriano Pedroso and his program. So anything he asks me to do, I say yes, which could probably get me in a lot of trouble. anyway, I want to talk about an aspect of my career that has recently come into focus. And also there's been a lot of attention on my work in dry ice smokes, colored smokes, and fireworks. Behind me is a photograph of a recent smoke sculpture that was part of the De Young retrospective. It was called Forever De Young, and I will come back to it. Could I have the first image? Slide, PowerPoint.
It takes a little bit.
Yeah, I know. This is clearly not mine, and it is certainly a palpable visual demonstration of the kind of eco-genocide that Gabriel was talking about, and that is threatening our planet and every creature on it. This is a piece that was done by Richard Serra, and it was exhibited at the Pasadena Museum in 1969. I was working in Pasadena. I saw this piece and I was horrified by it. And I walked up to Richard Serra and told him that. The next morning, there was a pounding at my door, and I went downstairs. My studio was on the second floor, and there was Richard Serra, who is sometimes called the greatest living sculptor, waving Art Forum, the art magazine. And he said, "Judy, you may not like it, but they do." I'm telling this story to demonstrate the context in which I began to do what is now seen as a whole alternative approach to land art. Could I have the next image? This is the famous double negative by Michael Heiser. And at the time these pieces were done, 1969, this was land art. Could I have the next? There was no question raised about what work like that, called search and destroy, in my estimation, really meant and means, or the extolling of it by the art world, which continues today, because we know that Michael Heiser's huge project in the desert, which simply ignores the history of the earth, the history of the indigenous people that lived on that earth, and is a paean to search and destroy. Even before their work, and independent of it actually, were my protests, meager as they were, against monumentality. This is a dry ice environment that I did in 1967 in a development in Los Angeles called Century City, which was trampling on the earth, erecting male phallic towers with no concern for the nature that was being destroyed. My two dry ice environments, could I have the next image, challenge this kind of monumentality. Could I have the next image? Because my structures disappeared, leaving no trace on where they were. However, my dry ice sculptures were not understood for 40 years. In 2012, I was part of the Getty's Pacific Standard Time Performance Festival, and I did a piece called Sublime Environment in the parking lot outside of the building where an art fair was being held. Much to the chagrin of the people inside, in terms of the booths, everybody came out to see Sublime Environment when, from the point of view of the art fair, they should have been buying art. But of course, my piece critiqued the capitalist structure and the structure of consumption that was going on inside. What had changed since my first one in terms of context? Well, first of all, in 2012, Philip Kaiser did an exhibition at the Museum of Contemporary Art in LA, where he included some of my early, what I called then atmospheres. Could I have the next images? It was the first time anybody had placed my atmospheres in the context of land art. There's been a lot of writing since my ephemeral performances first began attracting critical attention. There's been a considerable amount of writing about the fact that my work represents an alternative to the search and destroy male-centered land art. However, as indicated by the dates, actually I started before Richard Serra and Michael Heiser became the gods of land art. So where did my impulse to create ephemeral pieces come from? Actually, it came from the same place as my disdain for oil paint came in the 50s and early 60s when I was in college. At that time, I hated oil paint. I hated the imposition on the surface of the canvas by artists like Jackson Pollock, who were dominating the canvases. Instead, I always was interested in a merger of color and surface, which was apparent in my paintings, my sculptures, and my early atmospheres. Of course, at a certain point, I began to integrate some of my students into my smoke pieces. This series was called Women and Smoke, and the woman who is in the middle of the smoke is Faith Wilding, who has gone on to have a very successful career. She was one of my students and my teaching assistant in the feminist art programs in the early 1970s. At the same time, this is an image that reflects three things. By then, I had started my self-guided study tour into women's history and learned about the fact that all early societies were goddess worshiping rather than enthralled to a single, in most cases, white male deity. And of course, this was during the Vietnam War. So it is a reference to the monks that were burning themselves in protest of the war. And lastly, and probably most relevant, it was a comment on the Indian practice of sati, which used to be described as a woman throwing herself into the flames because she was so grief-stricken by the death of her husband. But now we know it was her in-laws who threw her into the flames because they didn't want her as a burden. Could I have the next? The image on the left comes from a series called Smoke Holes. I made a trip up the west coast of the United States, which is a very beautiful terrain. And it was only afterwards that I realized I had placed colored smokes inside crevices and holes all across the western part of the United States, which now I find very amusing. The piece on the right, Purple Atmosphere, was done in Santa Barbara and California on the beach. And also even these early pieces reflected my longtime interest in collaboration. I would go out with friends of mine and to sites around California, and everybody would do something. Some people would help light flares. Some people would photograph. Some people would bring food. And it was like a group of like-minded people as we all watch color merge with the atmosphere. And as I used to say, as it cleared, there was one moment when the world was feminized. not brutalized. Can I have the next? These are two more atmospheres, the left in the desert, California desert, and the right actually at Fresno State, where I started the first feminist art program. And as you can see from both of these, I was very interested not only in color and smoke, but in internal illumination. This was around the same time I was painting images like Through the Flower, which also have an internal illumination. Something that I have since learned characterizes the work of a lot of women artists, Hilma Klimt and Agnes Pelton, for example, whose works have only recently been discovered, but like them in both my paintings, sculptures, and ephemeral works, internal illumination from the center, as Lucy Lepard put it in her early feminist essays, was very important to me, because what does that mean to come from the center? It means to come from an awareness that we are part of life. Could I have the next? I did these smoke pieces until 1974. In 1974, I was invited to present a piece on the shore of Lake Merritt in Oakland, California, by the Oakland Museum. They were doing a sculpture in the city show. This was the first time I had ever tried to make an image with fireworks. This is flares and smoke. It's a giant butterfly, which of course was becoming a theme in my work and became the underpinnings for the imagery in the dinner party. At this point, I had to stop pursuing this direction in my work for two reasons. My pieces were getting larger. I always kind of thought big. I even envisioned doing a piece in the Grand Canyon, filling it with smoke, having the smoke clear, but in the process, illuminating the glory of our environment, for which we should have reverence, and instead we have had disdain. Anyway, I couldn't get support for doing more pieces like this. And also, I had apprenticed myself to a pyrotechnic company because I wanted to become a licensed pyrotechnician. And the only time in my career did I have to stop pursuing an idea because of sexual harassment. The guy who I was apprenticing to was not really nice to me. Anyway, so I just kind of had to stop. But the thing is I still had ideas, but it was not until, could I have the next image? It was not until 2011 when the Getty did their Pacific Standard Time, and they did a performance festival run by Glenn Phillips. I was invited to participate. Many of my colleagues from the 70s simply resurrected pieces they had done then, like Mark DeSuvero, that was the 60s. He built a peace tower in Los Angeles, and he rebuilt a section of it for this show. But I did not want to do that. Instead, I wanted to pick up where I had left off with a butterfly for Oakland. And I designed a butterfly for Pomona, which was presented on a football field. I totally loved it. My butterfly landed on the football field and erupted into color and smoke. The fact is, I would still use lance work when I was building that structure that you saw for Butterfly for Oakland. That's a very ancient technique in fireworks where you build a framework for an image. Now, unfortunately, by the time I did this work, they had stopped producing colored smokes, which meant I had to learn a whole new vocabulary of aerial fireworks. And it was interesting and challenging. Could I have the next image? But ultimately, I decided to go back to smoke when it started being produced. And happily, by the time it was produced again, it was non-toxic, which was by that time exceedingly important to me, because you'll see at the end of my remarks, I will review some of the work I did all through these years in environmental, ecological, climate justice, creature justice. This was a piece in 2019 in Miami in relation to Miami Basel, and a survey of mine in 2018 at Miami ICA, which demonstrated for the first time to viewers that the dinner party was only one work in my very, very large and multifaceted career. Now, the things that connect this piece and the ones I'm going to show you next with my early work, and particularly Butterfly for Oakland, is that there is a structure that holds the smokes. And that structure allowed me to begin to do something that I had not done when I was young, which is mix color in the air. At this point, I began calling these smoke sculptures because they were exactly that. Could I have the next? This is the piece that you see behind me. Here you can see the structure. This was a trapezoidal structure, which allowed smokes to be affixed at various positions, which meant the color could mix horizontally, vertically, sideways, and the colors, because of that, changed throughout the length of the performance, which was about 15 minutes. Could I have the next? This is my last piece, which was on a barge in Toronto as part of the Toronto Biennial last June. And this was the first time I ever worked on the water. It was really exciting. I tried to use color because my smoke sculptures are site specific. I designed the color palette to merge with the Toronto waterfront, which is spectacular. And what I really was after in this piece was to have this intense color blending experience in the sky, and then let the color begin to fade so that the beauty and fragility of the waterfront, the landscape, and our earth became apparent to the 20,000 viewers on site, and then over 150,000 people around the world who viewed this live streamed. Okay, could I have the next? I'm going to do a little review now of other work I've done related to environmental justice and also our horrendous treatment of other creatures. In 1980, I was commissioned by Greenpeace to do a poster for them. And I based the image on an Indian myth, a long time native myth, about when all the creatures of the sea are imperiled, a rainbow warrior will come to save them. On the right is the collaboration I did with PETA. They invited me to work with them to do an anti-fur campaign. As it turned out, I had already made this image, Would You Wear Your Dog? And it was in a campaign all through Washington, D.C., on bus stops, on posters, and I hope made a small contribution to the anti-fur campaign that is still underway around the world. Could I have the next? From 1987 to 1993, my husband, photographer Donald, and I were deeply engaged in a project about the Holocaust. There was one work called For Questions that examined some of the questions left unanswered at the end of the Holocaust. And I again worked with PETA when we were in Auschwitz, Donald and I, in preparation for this project. It became very apparent that for those of you who've been there, you know it looks like a factory town. But actually in Birkenau, the extermination site, instead of processing pigs, which were the first things on the assembly line, I learned in my research, they processed people who were defined as pigs, in this case, Jews. And in my research, I started looking at the high altitude experiments and the human experiments that happened during the Holocaust. And that caused me to turn again to PETA and ask them for images. PETA actually grew out of the protests, the Animal Liberation Front protests against the Silver Springs, Maryland experiments on monkeys. And it seemed to me that one of the important questions that was left unanswered was, where do you draw the line? In this case, the Dachau high altitude experiments and the Maryland experiments. The way this particular work is structured, there are 4 sets of panels. If you look at them from the left, which is how you're looking at these, from the left, you see in this panel a high altitude experiment, and on the right, the Maryland Springs experiment. And when you look face on, because of the structure of these panels, the images blur and the question becomes apparent. Where do you draw the line? The blurring, of course, has to do with the still blurry ethical issues raised not only by this, but by some of the other images in 4 questions. Could I have the next? Between 2012 and 2018, I was engaged in a really painful, grief-inducing project called The End, a meditation on death and extinction. I'm going to show you some of the extinction images, which were painted on black glass. Again, fusion of color and surface, because the color has to be fired onto the glass. And in the case of black glass, it took 3 firings of white just to build up enough of a ground to be able to get color to read on the black glass. During my time focused on the extinction section, which was 2 years, I could barely handle the information I was discovering about what we're doing to other creatures on the planet. These are small images because the content is so painful. I felt that they had to be small or they would completely overwhelm the viewer. Could I have the next? I feel like these speak for themselves, these images. Poaching of apes, gorillas, and poaching in this case for study, for entertainment, and of course the poaching of elephants, one of the greatest creatures on the planet. Awful. Could I have the last 2? Oh no, there's 2 more. We live in New Mexico, where the gray wolf is hated by ranchers, targeted. They've been trying to bring it back. It's near extinct. And for example, the turtle image, the pesticides dumped into the waters and the oceans cause green turtles to develop tumors inside their bodies and out, which causes them to be smothered to death. And this happens if it were just one or two would be one thing, but the images I'm showing you, of course, it's the scale of them. There's one image about finning of sharks, and that happens to 1 million sharks a year. It's the scale of destruction that is the hardest to comprehend and to change, because Candace Hopkins was the curator of the Toronto Biennial in 2020, who invited me to do the smoke piece, a tribute to Toronto on the water. And we did a conversation for some of her donors via Zoom. And we were talking about the fact, and I think this is one of the challenges that Gabriel was referring to. Our planet, at least the developed part of the planet, is based on ecogenocide. And to dismantle or change the course of that is indeed daunting, and certainly beyond the legal system. I mean, who are we going to sue for destroying the planet? Could I have the next two, which are in fact the last two? One thing I learned, which I didn't know, was about orchid collecting. There are collectors of orchids who pay people to go around and find rare orchids for them, and then to burn the ground and all the orchids on the ground so nobody else will get that kind of orchid. That is probably the epitome of human greed. The extinction relief on the right, I'm not sure you can see it, but it is about creatures who are either extinct or threatened with extinction. It pairs in the show the end with the mortality relief. The images in the mortality section are smaller than the images in the extinction section, because of course we're all going to die, but our own personal deaths, which are not within our control, are meaningless in the face of the death we are inflicting on this planet and on way too many creatures and the planet itself. I hate to end my comments on a painful note, but for me, this subject is unbelievably painful. And I only hope that because this world is one we made, I only hope that we can change course before it's too late. Thank you very much.
Obrigada, Judy, pela sua apresentação. É
Thank
sempre
you, Judy, for your presentation. It's always a pleasure to hear you and to hear you talking about your work and this career of so many years, and such an important production for the generations that came after you. So I will start our Q&A session. I would like to encourage the audience to send us questions, and we'll have to put together a few questions for our speakers. And I also would like to suggest that at the end, the speakers, if they have questions to one another, this also will be open for you. I have an initial question, and that's a question for Gabrielle, and I think it also has to do with some things that Stephanie mentioned. We are talking about, in this afternoon and also in the prior panels, we are talking about this relationship with the other beings, that not only human beings, and this non-distinction among these beings, what is human and what is non-human. And I have a question, something that we would like to understand. How law could integrate the non-human beings or the over the human beings and its practice. You talked about the decolonization of law, and I would like to know if there is a situation, an example that you can give us in which these more than human beings were part or became part of these legal processes. And I would like to hear from you, Gabriel, and also Stephanie, if you have any comments on that topic. Thank you, Isabel. I would like to once again thank you for being here. It was really great to hear the other speakers, and we are already talking to each other. So I think this is a wonderful a place to be in, and I think it's very promising. We have discussions in different levels when we think about human and non-human issues. Of course, that in terms of the most basic point of view in law, there are different mechanisms to protect non-human beings. When we, for instance, think about the traditional environmental law, which is going to protect the fauna, the flora, and the policies that we already have there. But specifically thinking about a modern combination of what is nature and culture. That is, we human beings are protecting what we call nature because we consider that that needs to be protected, but just because of a physical matter, not because of a broader discussion, which is what we are debating here. This is my first approach. And then when we move forward in this discussion regarding new persons or new subjects and the way that we can reinterpret the relationship between humans and non-humans, we start seeing interesting discussions because we provide a legal title to what is non-human, and this is happening in several areas of the planet regarding to nature's rights. And I think that's probably that probably has more to do with what we are discussing. We have countries such as Bolivia that in their constitution they understood that nature is a right, a subject that has its rights. That is, it does have a title that needs to be protected. Of course, that regarding to that, we have a discussion, and that's what I tried to bring here in my presentation. Do we want that law will also colonize these other beings, these other places that have not been colonized yet by law? Of course, we have that discussion. On the one side, we think about law as a protection tool, and we are used to doing that, starting on a justice theory. And on the other hand, we see the colonization history itself and the attachment of this history to the law history. We see that law is also a mechanism that is sustaining colonial processes, imperialistical process, and destruction ones as well. So the question that we pose now is, do we want nature to be represented by law as well? So we have to have that type of reflection, especially when we look at our context. And we have the project, and I try to talk about that. We have that project of rule of law, with the project of development of democratic state. All of these projects that have that developmental or eliminist approach, they are unfinished in our territories, or if they are not unfinished, they are based and structured in colonization processes. I always say that if the one side France is telling the history of human rights, saying that there is liberty, equality, and fraternity in France, at the same time, France was slavering populations in Asia and Africa, and doing that also by the use of law. So we have to be very careful on how we use these legal tools when we protect nature. That's why I say that these experiences, such as nature rights or other experiences that we will see that providing a title to, I mean legal title to a mountain, for instance, in Australia, or even here in Brazil, for instance, in Belo Monte. In Belo Monte, some prosecutors also tried to bring that idea that the Amazon region would have a right to a title. They attempted that discussion here in Brazil. And of course that, and then I go back to my presentation, this is a strategic use of the rights of law. We understand that there is a limitation in this category where the law by itself is not able to provide all the answers, and it does have that imperialistic and colonizing approach, but at the same time, we have to dispute these narratives and categories using the strategic use of these power places. If we do not take over or occupy these places, these power places with narratives that try to have a new reading of what is being stated, these spaces will be filled by other narratives that are even worse when compared to what we are trying to discuss here in this relationship of humans and non-humans. I would follow towards that direction to start our conversation. Great. Thank you. Stephanie, would you like to comment on that, on how these relations, the relations between human and non-humans end up affecting our understandings and the understanding on the areas in which we work, just like what Gabriel mentioned on the rights, on law, and also on our area being the curators. I would like you to.
Absolutely. Thank you for this question, and Gabrielle, for your comment. I can connect this question back to my presentation where I'm discussing boundaries and separations and edges as an issue that we need to grapple with, and where artists can actually help us understand those issues, because in the way that certain that distinctions are made between humans and non-humans, and the way that those are inscribed or not inscribed in the law is also an issue of boundaries. So Gabrielle mentioned that, we can integrate non-humans into an existing framework and into an existing legal framework in order to offer protection, but that also means integrating non-humans into a system which is known to colonize and would extend that form of colonization to non-humans as well. So the question is, how do we negotiate this boundary between what is included in law and what is not included, or between the rights that we extend to something other than human versus not extending it to that? I think of it as it's a process. I don't think there's a simple solution to it that would simply say, yes, it should be done or it should not be done. It needs to be very specific and very much connected to situatedness in one's own position. I think this is really important. But I also think that it's a larger issue exactly of certain separations. And what I'm grappling with is really this question of how can we account for differences that exist between all humans. And I mean, this is again the question the difference between equality and equity, right? It's not how to make everything the same or how to apply the same frameworks onto everything, but how to account for the differences, the different needs, the different capacities, and also the different effects of issues such as environmental degradation or colonialism. And all of this, of course, the negative effects are disproportionately more absorbed by the most vulnerable populations, the global south, and so on. And so what I think is really key is to first consider how these separations and all of these kind of frameworks and structures were created and for what purpose. So the separation between humans and non-humans, or the protection of some humans by law, but not of other humans, right? If we speak about colonization, slavery, and so on, and look at it from the legal system, then of course there's also a long history of how the legal system was precisely designed to separate some who will enjoy protections and benefits from others, right? In terms of nature, or the thing we call nature and non-humans, I think the separation is also between nature as that thing that is set aside for humans either to enjoy or to exploit, right? But there's a certain reason for why nature is set aside from culture in European history through the Enlightenment and so on. And so I think looking at when these boundaries and separations and frameworks were created and how we might approach them differently can really help us go deeper into the structures and into the systems that are a problem. So rather than expanding protection, for example, uncritically to everything else, I think we need to ask what the frameworks and systems supposedly granting protection are in the first place, and how historically they have also excluded and made subject to exploitation those who are not included in those systems of protection. And so when I speak about, and in the presentation through the work of artists, look at how we can create different forms of relating in what I think of as an erotic way of relating, which is based in difference, but it is also based in proximity and in understanding that even though we're not the same, we're closely connected, and we belong together, we vibrate together, we're essentially even in the same bodies, or bodies that connect closely. And I think in doing that, we can also understand that the separation between us humans and non-humans, or between culture and nature, etc., are fraught, and how we might look differently and understand ourselves as deeply entangled in a web of relations in close proximity with non-humans as well. And so artists like Anduki Jordan and her erotic underwater movie is both a very evocative, it's a funny, humorous, but it's also, a very very intelligent way of breaking down certain boundaries, even breaking down the boundary of how we look at art in a sort of, in a way where we're not supposed to be so much a part of it. So we're looking at the work is actually a little bit, it can be embarrassing, right? It's funny, it's a little bit awkward. And I think that also helps to break down certain boundaries of how we conceive ourselves as the autonomous viewer of an artwork. And, in Judy's work too, through the clouds and so on, there's also this sort of questioning of the artwork as the contained entity in and of itself, which is there to be looked at, but other senses are engaged as well. So there's more of a envelopment or an entanglement also happening. And I think all of these sort of tactics can really help us get away from the idea that we're separate, that we're outside, and that there's such a thing as a universal legal system which is there to protect us all.
Eu achei muito interessante, Stephanie, que você trouxe.
Yes, very interesting, Stephanie, that you mentioned Judy's work while she was showing her first works with dry ice and the smoke. I really thought about that information, that relation that you made with erotism and Carson, because the smoke has to do with these limits that are dispersed, and that is a matter that disappears and it really dissolves into the environment, therefore integrating with the experience in that area. And that also takes me to a question to Judy, also to know if she sees that matter of this erotism, which is an erotism, in my opinion, that emancipates. I see erotism as something that is emancipatory because it dissolves these boundaries. And I would like to hear from Judy as well, if she sees that in her work, and if she would like to comment on anything that we were just debating. and this relationship between humans and non-humans.
Which question do you want me to answer? The relationship between humans and other creatures on the planet, or the issue of dissolving and the gesture in my early atmospheres?
As duas, se você pudesse, nós temos tempo aqui, nós temos até as 4:30, que é mais ou
Both
menos.
questions, please. We have time. We still have 40 minutes to go, so feel free to answer both questions, please.
Okay, it's in retrospect, in terms of my early atmospheres, I was doing them just in the period that I was beginning to think about how to break out of the confines of the overly masculine, hyper-masculinization of the LA art scene. And later on, I could see, I was about to leave for a year and try to figure out how to create a feminist art practice and feminist art education. And so there was definitely in that work a gesture of liberation. Because the first decade of my career in LA was spent, as anybody knows who has studied my work at all, trying to make a place for myself in the entirely inhospitable to women environment of the 60s in Los Angeles. The second question is more complicated because other creatures lie almost entirely out of the law. I mean, all the cases that have been, for example, in America, there have been cases brought trying to bring legal protection to other creatures. About human beings. It doesn't pertain to the earth or to other creatures. It's built on the same paradigm that Michael Heiser's and Richard Serra's and those male land art artists, the same premise of dominance. There's, people think too often that feminism is just about women. Feminism is not just about women. Feminism is about trying to topple a global structure, a pyramidal structure, where men are over women, women are over creatures, it's like at the top is a very small pyramid of white people. And it's that structure of dominance on the planet that encases everyone, including human beings, because we get inside that paradigm and we can't actually see or feel much outside of it. Hence, for me, although I don't mean to be critical, the over-intellectualizing about issues that are deeply ethical, deeply challenging, because it's really hard for people, human beings, to collectively say, God, we have really screwed up this world and all the creatures on it. And how are we going to change that with the limited tools we have, which include law? So that's my response.
Obrigada, Judy. Eu vou passar para algumas perguntas.
Thank you, Judy. I'm going to ask a few questions from the audience. I'll read them as they arrived. So another one of our watchers talked about the connection of fear and eroticism as objects of environmental destruction. Can psychology contribute to the environmental cause? So they're asking a little bit about other areas of human knowledge that are also included in this issue of ecology that we have discussed here. In this case, they're asking about psychology. Do you have any comments on that? I think this question is for everyone.
I think every area can and needs to contribute to, the largest crisis that the planet has seen. And I think it is really important to have more cross-disciplinary conversations in order to approach these topics from various, disciplines, but also areas of knowledge that are not academic. I think it's important that we get, that we think about what this means from a philosophical perspective, because the way that, the way that we make certain divisions or the way that the law is built is connected to philosophy, and it's connected to ways of thinking that are destructive and that buffer the way that we treat the environment. But of course, we need everybody. We need activism. We need agriculture. We need all forms of knowledge to be involved, including psychology. Absolutely.
Actually, I'm going to answer this question from a whole different perspective because I find it interesting in a way. I'm about to launch a project with Nadja, one of the founders of Pussy Riot, who's an incredible activist, as I'm sure you know. When I was reading her book, Read and Riot, I put a lot of post-its in it because there were a lot of things she said that I could have said. And we are going to launch a project in Miami on December 1st at Miami ICA called What If Women Ruled the World? It comes out of my Dior project where I designed a whole environment for Maria Grazia Chiuri's couture show in 2020, where I posed a series of questions in these banners. And Nadja and I did a call and response where I read the questions and she responded to them. And we are going to open that process to people all over the world, psychologists, legal experts, young children who just think it's terrible, the world they're going to inherit, everybody, because we think at this point in history, whether it works or not, human beings all over the world have to come together to think about what to do. And the project will be launched and people will be invited all over the world to submit answers to these questions, which will then be made into a huge quilt that will be available all over the world online through Web3, and also demonstrate that the metaverse and Web3 don't just have to be used for money and for trivia, but can actually do what the internet originally promised it would do, which is connect us, educate us, help us come together. Because at this point in history, we need everybody, not just one field or another. We need all human beings to come together and try and address what's happening. I mean, I totally agree with you, Gabriel. It's the greatest challenge, it's the greatest challenge in human history, being faced with the destruction of our entire world and us. And the urgency of this seems to be lost in a sea of rhetoric at, the G20 and the G7 and the, this political, and then they make promises that they don't keep. And, and of course, during the Holocaust Project, I encountered this phrase that keeps coming back to me. Those who have the least to say about human events suffer the gravest of consequences. And that, of course, is all those colonized peoples and nations that you discussed, all the creatures I discussed. And I think all of us are concerned about how are we to change course, right? Anyway, for those of you who are interested in participating in Nadja's and my effort, it's hosted by Web3 company called Dementi. You can probably find it online. You can go to their website, DMNITI, because we really like everybody who cares to participate. With political leadership so failing so much, maybe it's artists who have to provide a vision of how to change courses.
Obrigada, Judy. Eu gostaria de saber se...
Thank you, Judy. Well, we have a very specific question here, and it is for Gabriel. It asks about our Brazilian context, but if Judy and Stephanie want to add their comments, feel free. All of our questions are open for comments from anyone. So, Gabriel, the question I received is very simple and summarized. What kind of colonialism are we seeing in Brazil today? What is your take on that? I think it's a very complex moment that we are experiencing right now. We are transitioning between government administrations, so we also have a promise of a Ministry of First Nations being created, so this was also said. So it will be a key moment for Brazil. And I see that they are gaining... Well, anyway, I think that we are flipping the switch in Brazil, and I'd like to hear a little bit from you. What is your consideration? What are your considerations on that? And I'd just like to hear from you. Thank you, and it would be great to hear from Judy and Stephanie as well, because it's not only in Brazil that we need to question what colonialism is. I agree with you, Isabella. We are in a moment, from one side, in theory and epistemology, we are revisiting the more traditional historical theories that saw colonialism as a fact of the past, constrained to a certain historical time that was limited and closed off, and that we are now past in a different historical area where colonialism has been completely overcome, and we are free of that in contemporary times. I think we're in a new moment in epistemology where we understand that the dynamic processes from colonial times are long-lasting through their legacies, through all the wounds, the open wounds that they left, and also through things that still are taking place and are very similar to what we study in history. Today, they simply are have a different appearance, although they might not be exactly the same as they were in the past. For example, we can say that slavery no longer exists as it did in the past. On the other hand, we do have modern-day slavery and slaves being freed in Brazil every once in a while. So how do we differentiate between these two things? It's again that discussion on boundaries. They're much fuzzier than clear-cut. And I like saying that when we think about post-colonial theory, many people think that being post-colonialism means seeing a separation in history. But actually, post-colonial theory goes to show that this is fictional. This is a creation. It does not exist. It's a myth that was created in European historiography to create the sense of universalism, which does not stand. At least we're trying to challenge it right now. But I'd like to hear from my fellow panelists. I think we experienced multiple colonialisms in Brazil. I think, of course, we can talk about coloniality through decolonization, decolonialist theory, saying that there are hierarchies that racialize people and place them in levels of superiority and inferiority in their own humanity. And this still exists today. We're talking specifically in Brazil about structural racism, which still exists. And it's connected to coloniality, colonialism, hierarchies based on racial perceptions that come from colonialism, but it also relates to First Nations, indigenous people. The colonialism on access to land still exists. Populations like indigenous peoples, but also the inhabitants of quilombos are being alienated from their rights to the land. It is reverse colonialism because it doesn't allow native populations to access their own land. And again, referring to what I mentioned when I was speaking, legal institutes are used strategically to, which is what we try to do for our fight for freedom. There are rights that we achieved in the Constitution that was passed in 1988 that still have not been executed by our governments. So colonialism here, when it comes to access to land, land reform, is still an issue while we are not guaranteeing access and ownership of the land for the native peoples. Great, thank you, Gabriel. Stephanie, Judy, would you like to say anything about this issue? Maybe, from another perspective. I know this question was asked about Brazil, but we can also ask this for other contexts. How do you experience colonialism?
I thought Gabriel's answer was quite eloquent.
Achei a resposta.
We don't live in a post-colonial world. It's like we don't live in a post-colonial world, right?
I can say something to the from the context, especially of Norway, where I lived until recently, where it's one of the wealthiest country in the world right now. It is a country with several indigenous populations. And Norway is also, of course, very important for the current energy crisis that we're experiencing in Europe and across the world. And as it is Europe's second largest gas supplier after Russia, and it just agreed to increase natural gas export, which of course, is important. And the other hand, thinking about the war and the current need for energy, but increasing gas production at this moment is of course hugely problematic too when it comes to environmental issues. Norway has a lot of green energy initiatives. But one of the issues that we're seeing now as well is green colonialism, where windmills, for example, are installed in indigenous territory without asking local populations if they want to have these windmills, without them receiving any of the shares of the profits that are being produced. And this is not only for, supplies of the region, but the energy that is being produced is being sold for profit. So while we may applaud the initiative of windmills and green energy, it is again a form of colonialism. So it is a very complicated relationship. And I think this is something that we'll have to look at a lot more when it comes also to green energy at large. The same is true for minerals, for rare earths that are needed for the production of electric cars, for example. They also mined very often in indigenous territories. And beyond that, one might ask whether the mining of it should happen at all. So I think the kind of the green colonialism that we're experiencing a lot is part of a history of coloniality, which is far from over.
Ótima resposta. Stephanie.
Last answer, Stephanie, Judy, and Gabriel. That was very good to hear you. Let's see if we have any other questions. Other questions from the audience, I mean. We have a question that we just got that it has to do with this topic. The drive to a green technology is based on social justice and fighting climate change. This is a question. I don't know if any of you would like to comment. Let me try to pick up on what Stephanie talked about in terms of the green colonialism, and also talking about the COP27, because we're here right now. Yesterday, an African activist also raised that discussion on colonial forms associated to ecology, tackling what they call the energy colonialism, very similar to what Stephanie mentioned in terms of the green colonialism, but thinking about the energy crisis because of Ukraine, but also considering German undertakings that are being developed in Africa to meet European energy needs, and how that infrastructure process and all these projects will be taken into consideration, the approval of the African population that will receive these undertakings. So there is a discussion towards that. And also the question that we just heard, we are in this environment of decarbonization, an environment where we are going towards a net zero world, where we see this language of green energy. And at the same time, and once again, as Stephanie mentioned that, I'm just repeating that because of the question, we need to be very careful about how these undertakings are rolled out in the countries. And then not only in the way they are rolled out, because we know that the energy projects, the high technology, most of the times they are placed in the South Global territories where we have traditional populations or Black populations, peripheral populations that are African descendant. And not only these projects are in these areas with no approval of the populations that are in these areas. And once again, Stephanie mentioned that the material to carry out these projects, for instance, we are thinking about the iron ore, for instance, that is being used for that. Most of those will come from Latin America, for instance, and from Indian lands. So the search for this decarbonized green energy also goes through a transition in terms of consumption patterns that at the end of the day might affect traditional populations from the global south, and also stress these colonial policies and just move away from any emancipatory approach. And we have to be very careful. I think COP and other places, they end up being contaminated by a mainstream economic vision, because they talk about climate change. We have to meet the targets. We have to change our energy matrix. But at the same time, we see resistance, and we see areas that are drawing their attention. And because although these are our processes to fight climate change, we also need to see how this is going to be done, which are the populations that will be affected, in which territories this is going to happen, which places, which areas will be modified. And also happens in Brazil. We are seeing in the Brazilian Northeast a huge movement for solar and wind energy. And a lot of these undertakings will be happening then in Quilombola territories and the coastal territories where we have traditional fishermen that do not want these undertakings to go there. And going back to what we were talking about, the non-humans, and they will also affect the spiritual lives of some traditional fishers that they do not want these wind undertakings to cover the whole coast, the whole Brazilian coast, and they don't want those undertakings to get in the way of their spiritual beings, and they don't want that getting into the way their traditions. So we also have this discussion about the non-human. We need to take that into consideration. We have to confront that with climatic changes, and we have to look for another matrix, and all of that has to take into consideration all these topics, and no one can be out of this discussion, and we know some of them do not participate in the discussion.
Exatamente, acho que essa é uma questão bem...
Yes, I think this is very important. And when we talk about the land definition, sometimes people don't understand that what you're polluting in a river, no, this river won't have, won't respect the boundaries of a map. And Bispo talked about that. And in an opposition, he talks about the bio-interdependency, that idea in which everything is related. And I don't remember if that's exactly the word that he used, but he really talked about this interdependency relationship. Not only involves that relation between us and nature, but also these other beings that go beyond our human understanding. I don't know if Stephanie or Judy would like to comment on what Gabrielle mentioned in terms of the green technologies.
I feel like I've had plenty chance to share my ideas, so thank you.
Obrigada, Judy.
I will say that I think it is important to really look at it all in relationship. You mentioned the bio-interdependence, and I think we can include the spiritual world in that as well, the cultural world as well, because all of those, of course, go together. And I think, really taking into consideration that climate justice and environmental justice are social justice, and they come out of the social justice movements. So it's not the environmental justice movement is not so much part of the environmental movement only, but it is really a social justice movement strand and closely connected. And I think this is absolutely important, and especially also when it comes to, finding techno fixes and new supposed solutions to the current crisis through technologies which require, rare earth and minerals and so on. I've been looking at the question of deep sea mining through the lens of artists' work, and also wrote a book about it, which is called Prospecting Ocean, where, the idea that the minerals from the seabed could be extracted was often presented as an idea that the profits could go to poorer nations, and that this would be a wonderful way to, level uneven development. But of course, this idea is entirely fraud, because the way that the design was made to extract minerals and who would profit from the minerals is completely, it will not benefit anybody but the usual suspects. And the other issue is too that considering, or again, drawing boundaries around minerals as being non-living and as being extractable, and their extraction not affecting the area in which they grow further, is also very flawed, because it will have huge repercussions on local ecosystems which extend to, all around the planet, essentially, because waters move and you cannot contain the impact of environmental damage in one specific localized area. So I think connections and thinking about different ways of relating and taking into consideration humans, non-humans, but also, you know, the differences between humans and you know, or who has had access to who has had access to protection by law and who hasn't. I think all of these questions need to be looked at in interconnection.
Eu queria, então, partir para a finalização da...
So I would like to end our panel. I would like to thank you, Stephanie, Gabriel, and Judy, for your comments and your presentations, for sharing with us the work that you have been doing. I think this was a very important seminar, not only for us here at MASP, but also for Lenbachhaus as well, and all the audience that is here with us, and they're sending comments and questions. So before your final remarks, I would like to send a message for those that are following us on YouTube. And if you need the participation certificate for the seminar, we would like to ask you, please, that fill out the form again. Unfortunately, we had a technical problem with the forms. I apologize. And I would like to ask you for your understanding. Please fill the forms again if you want the certificate. So now I will start with the final remarks. I don't know if any of you would like to make any final remarks or anything that you would like to say. So the floor is open, and we can end the session. And I'd like to thank you very much on behalf of MASP and Lenbachhaus for being here with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Isabella and Gabrielle and Judy.
Thank you.
And everyone for watching.
Obrigado, pessoal. Aí, boa tarde a todos e todas e todos.
Thank you all very much for being here with us. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.